Good evening. I would like to call to order the Proviso Township High School regular meeting of the Board of Education on September 14th, 2021 at 5:40 p.m. Ms. Grant, please call the roll.
Mrs. Kelly? Present. Mrs. Medina?
Here. Here. Can I get a motion to retire to executive session for the purposes of the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees, specific individuals who serve as an independent contractors in a park, recreational, or educational setting, or specific volunteers for the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee, a specific individual who serves as an independent contractor in a park, recreational, or educational setting, or a volunteer of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. However, a meeting to consider an increase in compensation for a specific employee of a public body that is subject to the Local Government Wage Increased Transparency Act may not be closed and shall be open to the public and posted and held in accordance with this act. 5 ILCS 120/2C1. Collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees. 5 ILCS 120/2C2. Litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of a particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probable or imminent, in which case the basis for the finding shall be recorded and entered into the minutes of the closed meeting. 5 ILCS 120/2C11.
So moved.
Second, Ms. Grant, please call the roll.
Mrs. Kelly? Mrs. Medina? Mrs. Pearson? Mr. Gutierrez? Mr. Wagner?
Aye.
Mr. Alexander?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Motion carries. We are in executive session at 5:42 p.m.
We're going.
We're good.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
Good evening. Can I get a motion to reconvene the regular meeting of the Proviso Township High School Board of Education? Ms. Grant, please call the roll.
Sure. Mrs. Kelly? Aye. Mrs. Medina? Aye. Mrs. Patterson? Aye. Ms. Grant, aye. Mr. Beltieres?
Aye.
Mr. Wagner?
Aye.
Mr. Alexander?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Can we please stand for a moment of silence in the pledge of allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'm happy to announce in lieu of inclement weather, the board will not be accepting citizens' comments tonight. Joking, I'm joking. I'm joking. No one up here knew I was going to do that. Okay. Woo, you gotta laugh sometimes. At this time, the Board of Education opens the floor for citizens' comments. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped ahead of myself. Ms. Grant, please read the vision statement.
Through expectations of excellence and by providing equitable educational opportunities to empower each student, our graduates are prepared for college, careers, and to serve as contributing members of a dynamic global society.
Drum roll. At this time, the Board of Education opens the floor for citizens' comments. When the agenda was posted for this meeting, a link for citizens to submit comments in the form of a video was provided. Please be informed that this will be our mode of operating during the pandemic. Comments that have been received will be played for the board and submitted into the record. The board will also receive public comments from any individuals present this evening and have submitted a request to address the board per the established procedures. We believe truly that all participants in the meeting desire the best outcomes for our students, families, and communities. As a reminder, this meeting is being live streamed and will also be archived and available on the district website. Ms. Grant, you have the floor.
Tonight we have one video comment and several in-person comments. I see that several people requested additional time. However, if you would like more than 3 minutes, you must receive approval from the superintendent beforehand. So just for the future, if you want additional time, please email Dr. Henderson before the meeting. Everyone will be limited to 3 minutes tonight, and I am on the clock with Shar as a backup. So we'll have the video comment first, Mr. President.
I come before you on the 13th of September after watching community members asking for a plan, being dismissed, laughed at, and informed that they just don't understand how education works. Well, I've been in education for over 17 years and live in Proviso Township, so I understand and I'm there. The reason why brave individuals have asked questions is to avoid the reality of where we are right now. The one thing that we all agree on is that scholars that should be first and foremost are not getting what they need. Your promise to voters like myself is that will change, and the reality is it's worse than it's ever been. You continue to be reactive and not in touch with the true needs of the people that are doing the work. We need support. You allow the district to be stripped of the progress and heart of many of the positive aspects of Proviso. People didn't work here for the money because we are one of the lowest paid school districts. They came to work because of their commitment to the kids. $10 million being saved keeps being highlighted. Have you asked, what does the scholars lose, and how much of that money is still being saved with the addition of multiple district positions, some that have not been posted? Consider that the scholars need smaller class sizes. Scholars need programs such as IXL that were eliminated. Our scholars need laptops that were not ordered for every student. How many additional social workers, psychologists, and counselors have been hired with the federal funds earmarked in the proactive measure? The reality is there are needs, resources, and transparent conversations that are not taking place. I currently serve as a counselor, and the reality is that positions were dissolved at West that directly impacted the students within the department. This summer, I personally asked at town halls and through email how we were going to proactively impact our scholars after the trauma that they have been through. Because the people doing the work know the stories of so many and their losses and their social emotional needs pre and during COVID. That work has not been focused today, just ideas. What did occur is that the counselors were moved under the idea of equity across the school district. Is equity important? Yes. In the middle of a pandemic, is it wise or ethical to uproot people that have intimate relationships with scholars who know where the individual needs would be versus hiring additional support with federal funds allocated to achieve the same result? The reality is that your employee was asked to meet with the counselor during the summer to have proactive conversations, and this request has gone unanswered. In a brief conversation when we were informed and it was asked about the impact of students, it was stated, it's just like a teacher retiring. That statement is dismissive to the profession as well as the focus on building relationships with students. Consistency is the rationale for the superintendent's 5-year contract. Why is that consistency valued, not that of the support personnel, student relationships, which directly
That was 3 minutes. I don't think we caught the speaker's name. I believe that's Claudia Holland.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, our first in-person comment is going to come from Ms. Claudia Medina.
With the president that Mr. Alexander did give public comment as a citizen at one point. I asked to be here not as a board member, but as a citizen. This district must remember that we are still in the midst of a pandemic, and that it is our duty as a Board of Education and leaders to make sure that our students and staff's health and safety are a priority. Our COVID tracker, intended to provide the community and staff with information on numbers in our buildings, has not been updated since June 7, 2021. This community sends their students to our buildings to be educated in a safe environment and are providing that when the climate and the culture of the buildings are that of lacking resource and offer inconsistent communication during a pandemic. No one knows what's going on. Kids and parents all report chaos. We have over 700 students with no laptops, broken laptops, etc. Copiers are not working, testing is interrupted because of these issues. We have an IT department that helped steer our students through the pandemic. And how do we show them we appreciate them and their efforts? We allow the superintendent to outsource, reassign, and hire out a state, high-paid tech person or people who are ill-equipped to meet the demands of our 6,000 district users. We have lost 4 qualified technicians, and our students' summer education is suffering because of the department's lack of education and understanding of our technology. Security is scarce in the buildings. When we cut security, we're cutting the safety of the students and that are placed in our care. When our students and teachers complained about the heat, the superintendent made it clear through his communications person that I am on the news. He had no intention of adjusting the schedule to provide relief. This is easy to do from an air-conditioned office, but it was impacted by the students. Counselors have been reassigned and overstretched in duties. Instead of adding more counselors, the superintendent tells the building administrators to work with what you have. Where's the focus on kids? We constantly talk about our students that have been in trauma, but you've added positions with no descriptions of duties that have nothing to do with students. We need positions dedicated truly to dealing with the trauma our students face, and not 100 or 300 students to an interventionist and each counselor. When people make donations to our schools, we need to make sure that those funds are used for students and teachers and staff enrichment, not board retreats at Navy Pier, not fancy dinners and cupcakes. Educational funds, especially Title I, should be for people in services that directly impact students, not administrative salaries. How about bringing in resources that truly would help our students? Title I money is dedicated to our students. Our students benefit from having classrooms that are crowded and from having permanent qualified teachers teachers and not subs. We should be assuring that there are qualified teachers in every class. That's where your buildings, our buildings, will be successful. Teachers at Proviso are here because they care, not because of the color of their skin, not because of sick days or pay. They are men and women that are here to engage kids in our community. And the teachers are keeping it together for them because no answers and no help is coming from the district office. Thank you, teachers. In the school website, in big blue letters, was providing our students and the best cause. Our students with the best cause, students get free breakfast and lunch. If you care
Ms.
to know,
Medina, your time is up.
okay. Students are disgusted with the food. We
Ms.
need to
Medina.
talk about Walker quality foods.
Your time is up.
Thank you. I'm just going to end.
No, Ms.
Yes.
Medina, your time is up.
We all took an oath of office, and I hope that we are going to use our office to serve children.
Your time is up. Our next comment comes from Mr. Scott Hendrickson.
Everyone's mind, I think about the adults working in adverse conditions and their mental health and how it affects school culture. I know people that think we are all interchangeable, but that is not true. I want to say that again. I know people think that we are all interchangeable, but that is not true. Okay? Secretaries aren't interchangeable. Certain security officers aren't interchangeable. Some teacher aides aren't interchangeable. We need support from our administration and the school board. We feel bullied and underappreciated. We appreciate tacos and Subway and Panera Bread for breakfast, but what we really need is understanding and a plan for success, building-wide and district-wide. We need cooperation between the unions and the administration in order to have what we want to see from our kids, which is passing scores and better grades. Which brings me to my next topic, the IT department. I spoke on this before. The group that kept the district afloat during the pandemic, the same group that worked tirelessly during the registration, probably the most underappreciated group in my district right now. I watched the higher ups be released, and what was left was the 5 or 6 members of the union that were hoping to be able to keep their jobs. I've had conversations with people in this room, and one of my conversations, besides the mental health question, was why not provide some type of training for the people that you feel like aren't, as you might say, really towing the road, really doing what it is that you seek for them to do. I understand we have district days, the security can get CPI training, and the teachers can get whatever extra training they can get. The secretary said, this is in there, get some training. Why are we offering those type of things, or those type of possibilities to the IT department? And it's only, if I remember correctly, it's only 5 people that I'm speaking with. Why not remake them into the image that you need them to be? They're already connected to the schools, they're already connected to the
Mr. Grant,
community.
I'm sorry, but your time is up. We're trying to stick to 3 minutes.
Hey, I have no problem with that. Okay. Hey, I'd like to thank you for the time, but we can be better than what we're doing. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ernest Travis.
Please ask the right question. Evidence, not explanations. Ask the right questions for evidence, not explanations. All aboard! The northern train to greatness, which symbolizes and invokes the ancestors and African Americans' migration from the south to the north for better wages. Look around the room at the suits and ties and see how many came from the south to the north for his better wages. All aboard! need teachers that look like them. Ask the right questions. Of your new administration that you hired in, look at the picture. How many white people left after you hired them? On board, ask the right question. Now I'm going to pause and give up 10 seconds in case you got a reply, because I don't want to hear about it during your president's comment or when we can't have a dialogue. That means I should, you got it? So my time should stop if you like to speak. Please ask the right question. Evidence, not explanations. On the board, you should have direct access in communication. I received notice from Mr. Henderson on August 26th, the day before payday. Mr. Travis, you will not get credit for 5 years of your service to these families. If you got questions, talk to the union. Well, I asked the union. They said, we didn't say that. I sent 9 emails, 3 emails to the superintendent, the entire board, and I'm not mad. They haven't responded yet. Ask the right questions. Who am I? I'm Ernest Travis, fifth generation descendant of Robert B. Sloan of the Sloan Plantation. His son of the Marshall Plantation sold. Had a daughter, had a daughter, had a daughter, had a son. I am Ernest Travis. You want to have a dialogue? I talk to you anytime.
Our next speaker is Larry Mastos.
If you need my number, see you anytime.
Okay, that's going to be a hard one to follow. But thank you very much.
You got it.
Thank you so much to all the teachers who put in their hard work for our next generations. I've been asked to read this letter. I did not write this letter, but I'm glad to read it. It was given to me and I was asked. Why did I leave? Why was there a mass exodus of teachers, staff, and administrators? The IT department was a target from day one. Everything we did was wrong. Countless days you would be in Dr. James L. Henderson's presence, and under his breath, but just loud enough, he would say, I need a new IT department. No matter what you did, it was not good enough. As the year went on, it became more obvious the IT department was one of the teams Dr. Henderson wanted to replace, led by someone he knew with a new set of staff. One of the most insulting acts he committed was during the first town hall he did on February 2021 when he claimed the PowerPoint presentation did not work. The sound did not stop, the slides did not work. He blamed IT. The fact was, he did not take time to practice the presentation prior to going live. Though it was created by another under his direction, one must practice timings, how each slide performs when you click. No one living can just walk up to that and do it. I interjected that, just walk to it and do it, without running through it, especially if you did not create it. So he calls the IT into the office the next day and asks what happened, and well, we all know. You don't tell the truth, or you will fly off the handle, and you will end up like Cesar Rodriguez, the former communications director. The IT audit published on the Proviso website was a manipulated representation of the department. Dr. Henderson and his colleague from Mississippi, Shannon Greer, claimed we bought too much overlapping software, did not have backup strategies, and basically we were all utterly incompetent. Never once stating any redeeming act any of us produced. Not even that we were one of few districts in the nation prepared to continue to educate the community student during the pandemic.
Got that right.
He illustrated our alleged incompetence to the Board of Education on a retreat on January 30th, 2021, and the majority of the board bought it hook, line, and sinker. It was announced by a special board meeting hosted on Thursday, February 25th, 2021, that an action item was to outscore the entire department. On Friday, he called our department into a meeting to set the record straight as to why the entire department was going to be outscored. The meeting lasted 10 minutes. He took no questions. He claimed it was the process. It wasn't personal. Yet he could not cite a single failure on our part.
Mr. Mascos, I'm sorry you're out of time.
All right, I'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment is from Jennifer Barbahen.
Good evening. I'm a Proviso East parent and community member. I'm going to preface this by saying I know that change is hard, change is uncomfortable, and growing pains are to be expected. But changes and decisions that are made by adults should never negatively impact our students. I attended Proviso East open house on Thursday, September 9th. I love being back in that building. That building is special. I learned that some classes of East students were sitting in classrooms with no teacher, no substitute, and no adult supervision. When children leave the care of their parents during the school day, the school and its staff become legally responsible for the child. And an injury that occurs because of insufficient supervision can make a school liable. To maintain a safe learning environment, it is crucial to be informed and vigilant over students. The East administration was negligent in providing a duty of care for our students during the first few weeks of school. If a child is harmed as a result of negligent supervision, the school and staff can be sued. I saw on the agenda for this evening that there are a lot of new hires, filling positions, and empty vacant teacher positions. Dr. Henderson and I talked on the phone yesterday about this issue, and he said he would follow up. He did follow up with me, and I appreciate that. He confirmed that the positions have been filled, and there are only 2 openings in the district. I'm happy that the classrooms will be appropriately covered, and while this situation has hopefully been resolved, it should never happen in the first place. I feel that this information is important for the whole board to hear and for the community to know about. Our students were left in classrooms with 0 adults on multiple occasions. I don't know how many classrooms that were, but it should never happen. Who's responsible for this negligence, and what plan is being implemented so that this can be prevented in the future? This situation is unacceptable. I hope that filling the employee vacancies also helps with the student-to-teacher ratio. There's a history class with 44 students. They don't have enough seats. They're crammed in there. There's an English class with 38 students, 10 of which have IEPs, and there's only 1 resource teacher. That's an insane amount for a teacher to handle. Also, addressing the overcrowded classrooms during COVID, they cannot socially distance. There's no room. There's no seats for them. They're sitting on the floor. I'm also increasingly worried about the fighting that's happening in East. There are instances of physical fights has increased in just a few weeks that school's been in session. And I've heard that the security staff has been cut and is less than half of what it was prior. Is this information accurate? And if so, can an explanation be provided? How can we expect our students to get full education and focus on their learning when their environment is not physically safe?
Ms. Barbahen?
I'll stop.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Susanna Bueno. Is Ms. Bueno here?
Yes.
Okay.
The previous lady mentioned all my concerns about that. The overcrowding and the teachers having no chairs for students, the same as the previous lady. I agree with everything. All the fighting, there's no not too much security. I think that's it right now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nicole O'Connor. Just friendly reminder, please use the microphone.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Education, students, parents, and community members. My name is Nicole O'Connor, and I'm a counselor at Proviso West High School. I've been at Proviso Township High School for the last 15 years, and this year has by far been one of the most trying starts to a school year. But it's those, our students, who have suffered the most. COVID and trauma have greatly impacted our students socially and emotionally. Our students need additional resources and staff to support their needs. Over the past year, the students have not seen or benefited from a plan to increase resources and staff to support our students. We need resources for students who are struggling today. Since we know that our students have struggled, a plan to meet their needs must occur proactively, not reactively. When is the district going to provide additional programs and personnel to support our students? When will the superintendent start using money to provide services for our children? Where are all the resources that our students need? Our students need smaller classes, not classes 30 and above. And they should be able to have more contact with support services, and it is our responsibility to make sure we support them. This past summer, as you all know, the superintendent informed the counselors that he'd be moving them based upon the racial makeup of the counselors in each building. The counselors shared concerns about the move because we wanted to stay with our students. We know that they needed the stability. Counselor concerns were ignored. The counselors were moved solely because of the color of their skin, not because of their skill, specialty areas, licensure, school culture, and climate. No wonder why there's so many fights at East and West within the first day and week of school. The district has not responded to several other counseling concerns, and I will share some of those. Some of those you've also heard. In the area of technology, our students and teachers have little to no IT support. Most students do not have, many students do not have laptops, or have laptops that were turned in by seniors that do not work. Counselors and teachers across the district do not have access to phones, printers, copiers. It's a disservice to our new and returning students that are welcome back, and we cannot give them access to books, a laptop, an ID, a locker, and a bus route. Is this how saving money supports our students? In previous years, our fabulous IT department would have resolved these issues, and they do it also because they care. Academic structure issues. Errors in master schedules have caused students to have gaps in their schedules and limited their options for our PW, MSA, and PE MSA students. Solving master schedule issues should not be the responsibility of the counselors. How can our students obtain an IB diploma when class government is not supported due to so many conflicts? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Michaela Soto.
Good evening, Board. My name is Michaela Soto, and I would like to send my deepest condolences to the family, friends, colleagues, and students of Proviso West teacher Lawrence Johnson. As a teacher, union rep, taxpayer, and mother of a ninth grader at Proviso East, I have a few concerns. Item 15, dismissal of educational support staff on the agenda. IT staff is incredibly helpful and necessary for teachers, staff, and students. Since the restructuring of IT, I've noticed a lack of laptops for students, delay in repair times, help desk tickets go unanswered, delays in school registration, routers have gone missing from classrooms, computers have gone missing from labs. This was not the case prior to the restructuring. Item 16F, I do not understand why we would recognize a single board member in the naming of Proviso East Football Stadium when you have all continuously stated that it is a board majority that gets work done, not a single individual. Proviso East alumni have literally walked on the move and advanced social movements beyond race, gang, and income divide. But you want to go with Teresa Kelly. Why? Third, the start of the school year and COVID concerns. Teachers were eager and ready to meet students. However, what awaited us was extremely oversized classrooms, and some teachers still have 35 to 38 students in each period. There is no social distancing taking place at Proviso East. Also, teachers are having students returning from quarantine or messaging them while quarantining with COVID, yet no admin ever reached out to inform a teacher that a student would be working virtually. The district has failed at acquiring sufficient full-time teachers. The district wants to brag about bringing back a full 8-period day, but can't even successfully staff the current 7-period day at Proviso East. Safety concerns. Trespassers entered Proviso East on Friday before last. Our call buttons were not working. A student passed out in the bathroom because of the heat, and guess what? Call buttons weren't working. Fights in the hallways and one in the auditorium, and call buttons were not working. I will say they do work now, but that was 3 weeks of no working call buttons. Pre-pandemic Proviso East functioned with 22 security guards per day. Now we're working with 8 to 11 per day. Without bus routes during period 1 and period 2, we have students packed into the cafeteria or roaming the halls while security is outdoors checking students and staff. This is a recipe for disaster. Finally, the absolute mess that is online access testing, which is scheduled for tomorrow for some of our 9th grade ELL students. Teachers weren't even notified of their roles for this testing until this afternoon. Training has not taken place. I also noticed one proctor on the list retired over a year ago. At this point, you're firing, hiring, and retiring people so fast that admin can't even keep up with their staff. Thank you.
Our next comment comes from Mr. Brandon Kujawa. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Good evening, members of the board, and good evening, Proviso Council. My name is Brandon Kujawa. I'm just an English teacher at Proviso East. I just got to celebrate my 8th anniversary of teaching at the only school I've ever had the pleasure of serving. In their training, just about every teacher is taught a fundamental core principle that, in order to establish a true learning environment, the safety and security of students must be met. I'm here tonight to say that due to conflicts outside the classroom, I'm unable to effectively do the job that I've spent countless hours training to improve upon. I cannot guarantee a safe and secure or equitable learning experience for all my students. Here's the reason why. Health and safety. Based on my observations, there is no current system in place for performing health checks to students upon entry the building. Physical distancing is a myth because, while I enforce it, I only have 2 sections that exceed 25 students. Some of my colleagues' rosters have numbers above 35 or even 40, where students had to stand without desks in the first week. Many of the parents I had the pleasure to meet at back to school night expressed concern about the lack of physical distancing in the classroom. There's no way I can provide a desk at a minimum of 3 feet distance in my room with the roster I currently have. Yet my largest sections have been increasing on a daily basis. Student support system. Teachers are on the front line to advocate for their students as they see them longer than any other employee in the district. We are the ones who connect them to the resources they need available to them by our qualified colleagues. But we have no framework for what services are available to our students outside the room so that they can be successful within it. So far, the only information I have received for any system of student support in the building is a list of office numbers attached to counselors. We don't know what social workers are assigned to whom or where they are located in case of a mental health emergency. We don't have a proper security system in place for our already understaffed support personnel to safely and effectively remove behavioral or violent threats. We haven't been instructed how to utilize our academic or behavioral interventionists for students in need of those services. Despite several requests, 9th grade teachers have still not been provided home contact information of their students. We have more leaders, less leadership. Teachers now have both a building and a district leader to assist and provide guidance in their academic subjects. To date, my department has not met either of its leaders. A true professional learning community starts with leadership providing space, time, and guidance for teachers to collaborate. Without this community, teachers are left to their own resources with no larger scope of school-wide initiatives. Upon returning, a common theme was repeated by our board and district leaders that at D209, there are primarily two jobs, to teach and to support teaching. One can imagine how refreshing that feels to hear that the district's focus was to support the work I do in my classroom. And I'm here tonight because so far I have been trying to teach, but have not been supported in my teaching. In August, we opened our doors to students who endured a wide range of experiences over the last 18 months. They needed us ready to support them in any way they needed. We were not ready. We need to be.
Our last community comment comes from Carissa Gillespie.
Good evening. I'm going to talk fast. In my 25 years of teaching, 20 at Proviso, this has been the worst start of the year I've ever experienced. This board and superintendent promised us change and equity under this new restructuring. All aboard is the motto. However, this train is way off track and is nowhere near prepared to leave the station. We hire IT generalists and IT finance for $60,000 plus with little to no experience in the fields and that will have little to no interaction with students. Yet, this administration won't hire additional college and career counselors to help our students navigate their transition into higher education and life after high school. All aboard. We advertise that we serve our students nothing but the best food. We've paid a company thousands of dollars to help us provide food services and quality. It's in their name and on the checks we pay them, but there's no quality or quantity in the meals that they are serving our students. All aboard. The IT department was transformed because Dr. Henderson's consultants said we need transformation, efficiency, and systems that talk to each other. Now we have high-paid tech people who are hard to find, ineffective in solving the tech issues of our district and students. The systems may or may not talk to each other, but I can tell you who is not talking to us, IT and its leadership. We can barely find anyone to consistently handle the problems of the students, let alone the many copiers, committee boards, etc. All aboard. Communications and respect within the district buildings and in the community is zero to none, unless the board of administration is trying to do damage control. The website is not consistently updated. Emails and calls from parents and community go unanswered. And if you question or disagree with anyone, then you're labeled as uneducated, non-supportive students or racist. All aboard. Our security is stretched thin, yet their overtime hours cut shifts are staggered to help cut costs. Because of this, our security is ill-equipped and understaffed and cannot handle the daily fights and security breaches we're having in our buildings. We've had situations where teachers were unable to reach security because the call buttons were not working. Our teachers, and most importantly, our students, are questioning the safety in our learning environments. All aboard. This board allows the current superintendent to mention the shortcomings of the prior superintendent, yet won't acknowledge the shortcomings of the current superintendent at his prior district and in this district. That's not a riddle, just facts. All aboard. Lastly, Dr. Henderson, at your Hillside meeting, you commented, Proviso loves its people. I guess that was to imply that we have a problem with go employees. I see that you also love your people, because every month there's a new high-paid consultant, administrator, baker, candlestick maker that's coming from places where you serve in some capacity. And it seems like the only people in the district who can afford to be on this northbound train are your people. All aboard. I'm not uneducated, I'm not misinformed, I'm not racist. I'm just tired of watching the district that I love and I'm a product of crumble under this leadership. Thank you.
And that concludes citizens' comments. Could we discuss some of the concerns being brought? We've done that before. Could we?
Please stop. Please stop.
We've had these discussions before. Could we ask at least about security?
Is it still
For the
lecturing?
kids?
No. Please stop. We have an agenda, Mr. Leader.
Understood.
Okay.
But since the president shows that we've talked about things that are highly
Please stop now.
for the students before,
Please
I
stop.
thought I would ask.
Okay, we heard you. We heard your comments. Anybody else that chooses to think that they will continuously disrupt this meeting will be asked to leave. Okay? So we sit here quietly and listen to your attacks and your complaints and your concerns. You will respect this board meeting because this is a meeting for the township, not just you. So all we ask is for respect.
Respect is a big word in this
Excuse me,
situation.
security.
Touch me and you will not go home the way you left.
Nobody's gonna touch you, sir.
No. Mr. Robinson, Mr. Travis. No, let's stop. You bait people and they're gonna talk back. You bait people and they will talk back.
Ms. Brown.
Yes.
I have this meeting.
Yes.
I have this meeting.
They get to speak
I know they do not.
when it's their turn and then.
It is not their turn, Ms. Grant.
We're gonna move on, then you move on.
I am not going to allow the audience to disrupt the meeting. That is not about to start to be a trend here in Proviso Township High School. We will have respect at the board meeting. We listen to community comments. They have their opportunity to speak. You are not going to interrupt our business. This is the township's business. Now, all we're asking for up here is respect. We're not going to start that trend. FOIA report, Ms. Grant.
FOIA report. In August 2021, Proviso Township High Schools, District 209 received the following FOIA requests. August 3rd, 2021, Claudia Media requested copies of all documentation of the district's graduation requirements. Information will be provided. August 8th, 2021, Carissa Gillespie requested copies of documentation, charts, cost analysis, personnel reports related to administration salaries, IT technology staff, and the district organizational chart. Information will be provided. On August 10, 2021, Marta Gallegos requested a list of all employees represented by SEIU Local 73. Information will be provided. August 11, 2021, Margaret Riley requested a copy of the job description for the grade level principals. Information was provided. August 29, 2021, Angel Tormes requested a copy of all active leases and licenses for cell towers, rooftop antennas, or other wireless installations on property owned or managed by Proviso Township High Schools District 209, Illinois. Information will be provided. And that concludes the FOIA report.
Thank you, Ms. Grant. At this time, we will now have a public hearing regarding the adoption of the proposed budget of Proviso Township High Schools District 209, Cook County, Illinois, for July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2022, or fiscal year 2022. Mr. Leonard Moody, you have the floor.
Good evening. Take this off. Good evening, members of the board, members of the Proviso community. I am here before you this evening to present the fiscal year 22 budget. This is after presenting a tentative budget last month at the August meeting. This tentative budget was available for public review and comment for the last 30 days. And we are here to present the final budget for fiscal year 22. This is the budget that we will utilize going forward in the current fiscal year. I'm sorry.
This is the hearing, not the presentation.
We'll have slides for you momentarily.
And just be sure to use the microphone, Mr. Moody. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, we are going to allow for public comment on the budget.
Are there any citizens' comments regarding the public hearing?
No. No.
None?
No,
Okay,
we did not
great.
receive any.
Can I make a
Hearing
comment?
none?
Could I ask a question about the budget?
Go ahead, Mr. D.
Mr. Moody, could you please explain to us the difference in the education fund from last year, the year before, and this year? What are the differences in the education fund?
Mr. President, excuse me. I'm going to ask that we hold all questions until they present, please. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. D. Sure, you'll have an opportunity to ask.
As long as you give me the opportunity.
Yes, ma'am, for sure. Thank you, Mr. Moody. Hearing no citizens' comments at this time. That concludes, right?
No, he hasn't explained it,
Excuse me.
but he hasn't explained it.
So we're going
This is a
to
hearing.
make our presentation.
It's not a presentation. It's just a hearing. Hearing none, this concludes the public hearing regarding the adoption of the proposal budget for Proviso Township High School District 209, Cook County, Illinois, for July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2022. Thank you.
At this point, I would like to,
Yeah, during the report, you get going. What's next on the agenda? President's report. I would like to, first of all, say good evening, and I appreciate everyone coming out tonight. And I want you to know, as an individual board member, I've heard all of your concerns. And greatly appreciate it. Greatly appreciate it. I want to say thank you to all of the parents, all of the caregivers, and all of the students that have navigated these last 12 to 18 months, gone through a pandemic, sustained their mode of learning and adjusted on the fly, and have returned in good fashion to in-school learning. I want to thank you for all of your efforts in sustaining your children's and our scholars' education and supporting the district in doing so. It is no small task that we're up against a whole lot more now than just the normal back-to-school concerns. There are a lot of real things going on in everybody's lives, including yours, and we're aware of that. We understand sitting up here, at least I do, that we have to take it on the chin and we have to listen to the concerns in whatever form they come. Mr. Gleason, I think the hardest part of what I'm learning about being a board member is that I have to respect the First Amendment of the Constitution. Even when it's said, even when things are said that I don't necessarily agree with, even when things are said that attack me personally or strike me at the core or attack the board in our efforts to do what's best for our scholars in this district. Look, I'm learning. I want to thank the board for its continuous hard work, continuous volunteering to make sure that our students, faculty, and staff and communities receive the best that we can give them, both fiscally, educationally, and across the board. I say it all the time, 7 days a week, twice on Sunday, I will sit on the same board with all 6 of you any day of the week. Dr. Henderson, I don't think that the President's report would really be enough time to say thank you for all that you've done in this district. Change is more than hard. Change is scary. Change is intimidating. And it can be confusing. When you're trying to change the status quo, and make no doubt about it, community, that's all this board is trying to do, is change the status quo. 13% efficiency and 16% efficiency is not acceptable. It's just not acceptable. There's not enough money, I don't think, that you can really pay someone, as some of you have expressed yourselves, to deal with the personal attacks as if you're not human. Deal with being talked to by people that report to you and should have a professional way of dealing with you, and still hold your head up and deal with all of that stress as you try to provide for things that they have no knowledge of. I appreciate you. you have our support. You're not alone. This board has supported you. We brought you here, and we will continue to support you in this work because we have faith in you. And we know that you can do the job. Thank you. I want to send a special shout out to the teachers. And this stuff is archived. There is not a person, and I say this all the time, but it seems to be like I'm just talking to the wall. There's not a person under the sound of my voice that's here without a teacher in their life. No one. To say that you all are important is an understatement. I'm not here without a teacher. So we greatly appreciate and understand that there are only 2 jobs in this district. You're either teaching or supporting teaching. That's it. That's it. And if you're not doing one of those 2 things, then I don't know how you're getting paid here. All roads lead to teaching and supporting teaching. Will there be some confusion or misunderstandings in the midst of a national pandemic where people have been emotionally traumatized and dealing with all kinds of anxieties and things? Of course there will. I don't believe in my 4 years of being a board member that I've ever sat at the beginning of a school year where we have not gotten concerns about the beginning of that year. So many improbables and things that we just do not control that happen. But it always seems to pan and mellow itself out. Will we get better? As you said, of course we will. But here's what we have to decide. We have to decide as a community, and I'm talking about Proviso District, Township, High Schools, District 209, how we're going to move forward. And this is a question you have to ask yourselves. I will remind you, 4 of us up here got re-elected unopposed, so we'll be here for at least 4 more years. We just gave Dr. Henderson a 5-year contract. He'll be here for at least 5 more years. This is the truth. We are open for suggestions. I've taken phone calls. We are more than transparent with our employees and with you all. So we have to figure out together, moving forward, a better way to communicate to get things done. That includes us too. That includes us too. I just don't think that at present we've figured that out yet. But we will, and I believe it. I believe we will. Because I believe we all have the desire to see Proviso provide the best education for our scholars possible. So thank you, teachers. Thank you. I mean that from the bottom of my heart, and I believe everybody on this board does too. Thank you. We appreciate you. We understand what you're up against. We appreciate your years of service and what you've provided. We appreciate you going into these classrooms with no AC and doing the things that you're doing and covering the extra. We appreciate all of that and we acknowledge it. We talk about it all the time. But we're in this together. We're in this together. We're not taking you for granted. We will address and deal with as many of the concerns as possible. This next group, I'm telling you. Doc, if you think your job is hard, our principals. I worked at the post office and I was a line supervisor, so that means I had management above me, I had employees beneath me, and I had a union. And whenever something went wrong with my employees, it was my fault. Whenever something went wrong with the union, it was my fault. And whenever management or something went wrong with the employees or the union, management above me wrote me up. You guys are that middle management for the district. You are the first stop for all accountability. I'm telling you the truth. The calls that I got were exemplary under the conditions. I got more calls saying thank you for the change. And the calls that I got that were concerned, once I explained those concerns, they understood and were very appreciative of the job that you guys are providing. All 3 of you are brand new to those buildings, including you, Dr. Cato, students in them. So we understand as a board, and I want you to know that you have our support. Don't get overwhelmed. This is Proviso. It will mellow out. But I do want you to know from my mouth to your ears that I got calls from all sorts of students, all sorts of parents saying thank you for the services, for the provisions, and for everything. And understanding that we're coming back not after being in school last year, but after not being in school for a whole year. And understanding that things may not be where they need to be right now, but concerned and convinced, that they will be. And that's because of your leadership. Don't think that this board does not recognize that and understand what you guys are up against. You are everything starts and stops with you. Something happens, I'd be like, so what did the principal do? We understand structure and accountability in this district. And when I talk to Doc, something happened, what is okay, so what did Dr. Kent do? What happened? So we understand and overstand what you guys are up against. And I just wanted the public to know and to tell you guys publicly, thank you. You got the teachers. Man, we got to listen to them possibly once a month. I hear from teachers at least once a week. But man, y'all got to deal with it every day and still get education across. You got to deal with the unions. You got to deal with the parents. You got to deal with the scholars. All while trying to develop your teams, get some type of normalcy, learn your people, affect your plans, all of this stuff at once. And it has to be congruent, which means it has to happen fluidly. There's no time to do one thing at a time because our kids are back in school now. So while we're still trying to figure and get this stuff together, you guys have to be thinking on your feet. I call it walking and chewing gum at the same time. Thank you. Thank you. You probably don't hear that enough, but please believe this board appreciates you. And we support you 120%. That's our job, to support the superintendent, and he supports you and we support him. So you have our full support, and I want you to know that. Doc, there's and I don't usually call out individual employees, but there's some stuff I really want the public to know in this president's comment. We had an exodus of teachers, as was explained tonight by some of the community comments, and these positions and stuff, and understand this happens yearly. So this is not something germane or relative to just Dr. Henderson being there. Every year, teachers decide to take better jobs and do what they're going to do and move around all across the country. So it's not relative to just Proviso Township District 209. This happens everywhere. But when it happens in such a at such a rate or at such a time, it really puts the district in a disadvantage because we have to have these positions filled in order to be able to provide services for our scholars. This next person who I'm going to mention, and I usually don't mention, has done an incredible job in hitting the road and making sure that, Doc, how many positions we got left? 2? 3. I don't believe last year this time, let's go back to 19. I don't believe since I've been on the board, we've ever started a school year with needing that little amount of teachers. We've not done it. We've always needed more.
That's incorrect.
But this person, excuse me, Ms. Medina, please. It's called respect, man. It's not difficult.
That's a false statement.
Okay, well, talk to me about it later. This ain't a debate. It's called respect, man. In my recollection, in my 4 years, I've never seen a school year start with that little amount of teachers needed. We can verify that. That's just my recollection, Mr. Lee. I ain't saying it's bad. You might be right. In my recollection, I've always seen us stir and shoot for more. Trying to fill positions, sometimes all the way up until October and November. I recall those meetings. But this next person has come on board on the administrative team and made it their business to do the due diligence, Doc, of really digging in and helping the district to supply what was needed. I don't usually, board, acknowledge or recognize individual employees because I'm not giving her an award, but the public needs to know the good stuff that's happening in the district and those people that are making it happen. It's very important that we call their names and we publicly acknowledge them because as you can see, there's a whole lot of working pieces to this thing called education. And this piece right here is the swivel to the door that either works to keep it opening and shutting or doesn't work at all and nothing can come through it or leave out of it. Ms. Brenda Horton was hired as the HR coordinator a little over a month ago, right, Doc? Two months ago. Previous employee here at Proviso. And I've heard from several administrators and teachers about your professionalism, about your attention to detail, about your concern for this district coming in the door. And ma'am, I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for what you're doing. I don't want anybody to feel left out. And I don't want anybody to feel that we don't recognize your hard work and what you're doing too. I said it last month and a month before that we are opening school for the first time in history under a national pandemic. I want everyone to keep that in their mind as you go to work tomorrow. These are not normal times. These are not normal circumstances. What would be your normal concerns without a pandemic are not normal concerns because there's a pandemic. And you never know how this monster is affecting the person that you're trying to get a response from, or get some information from, or do something for. All I ask is that we tell the truth. To the community, the truth shall always rise. This board has not lied to the public or the administration. This board has had one frivolous lawsuit in the tenure of this board. We've not been sued. This board has not hired any of its relatives for anything other than support coaching jobs because they're alumni and want to give back. No, we don't have any board members with administrative positions, relatives up here. None of that. We got rid of all of that stuff. All of the stuff that the people were complaining about when we got elected. So we cleaned that up. Then we went about cleaning up the fiscal house and the financial responsibilities. And for the first time in the history of the district, health, life, safety has been taken care of almost completely. These are the things that determine whether or not we can open our buildings to provide education, public. These are the things that the state and federal government require that we do to make sure that our buildings are up to code to provide a safe environment for our students. You'll be happy to know that close to 90% of all health, life, safety issues have been taken care of already, some of which had not been taken care of since 1988. I wonder what those board meetings look like. I wonder what those board meetings look like. Were people riling and screaming about the board not taking care of health, life, safety for 30 years? I want the public to know that we can disagree about how the train gets to its destination. We can disagree about how fast it gets to its destination. What we cannot disagree is that there is a destination. And it's our responsibility as adults to figure out how to get there together and as efficiently and quickly as possible for our students. Which, as you know that have seniors, will not get another opportunity to be seniors again while we figure it out. I've asked the community and the district to think about something bigger than ourselves and our concerns, but to focus on our students. Are you asked to do more? Of course you are. We're in a pandemic. People are laid off. People have lost loved ones. People are sick. These are not normal times. And we say that, yet we expect normalcy. We're not expecting, as a board, for you guys to not be concerned with yourselves. We proved that over the last year. You stayed at home for the whole year except for a month, teachers, and taught because this board was concerned and listened to your safety concerns. Facts, just the truth. Just the truth. I say it all the time. This board made the decision when we could save money for the district for students to continue to pay people. Support staff, janitors, everyone got paid. We didn't have to do that.
Point of order, we had a CBA that hadn't followed.
Excuse me, Ms. Medina. I understand what you think. That CBA can be modified. And I've got the rule book right here. If this board decides it wants to RIF, there's a process we can go through to do that now. CBA or not. And I'm not even talking about just certified staff, man. I'm talking about non-certified. Security. Maintenance. All of these jobs that were spaces that were not, excuse me, Ms. McGee, I'm not having a dialogue with you. All of these jobs that were not necessarily needed, but we still provided money for them. These are just the facts and the truth, public. So we got to figure out a way to get our employees, the ones that are not happy, on board and address their concerns. But I want the public to know that this board has always been transparent with you and will continue to do so to a fault. I know a lot of people don't understand what it means to control the narrative. And even some of my board members disagree with what we're doing as it relates to controlling what's said about our district and the reputation of our district, because those things matter. I talk to parents all the time that are concerned with sending their students here because of things that they've heard. Not things that have been verified or true, but just things that they've heard. And they may or may not want to send their students here. Here's the truth that you guys need to understand. This is a board. And I've said it before, the public, I really want you guys to understand your form of government. There's a problem, because while we all have teachers, I don't think a lot of us, if we can remember the Constitution or the amendments of it, we don't. And we don't really understand it. We can begin to believe at some point in time that because Rodney Alexander is the president of the board and the spokesperson, that he has more power than anybody else up there, and I don't. I don't. We post the oath of office in our board book since I've been president, so that the public will understand the roles of your elected officials. It's very important that you understand that without a quorum, a physical quorum of 4 people, we can't even meet. We cannot conduct business here unless the ISBE or the state changes it because of COVID. When they go back, and now we have to have a 4-person quorum to even do business. There is no one person up here, and this is what I want y'all to catch, public, that has the power or authority to do anything. I really want y'all to understand what I'm saying. Because the one thing that will not work is any board member up here thinking that they're going to control something by going against the board that they were elected to work with. I was not elected to be an individual. I was not elected to fight these other 6 individuals up here. That's not why you elected me. And if the public begins to believe that, you have a problem in your governing and understanding of how anything gets done for your students. You have to first understand what the 7 of us up here are elected to do and not to do. And these are oaths that we raise our right hand to. They're not negotiable. They're not changeable. They're not subject to whether I feel like it or not. We all took an oath to serve as a board. I shall recognize that a board member has no legal authority as an individual and that decisions can be made only by a majority vote at a public board meeting. But here's the catch right here. This is the oath that we raise our hand to abide by. I shall abide by majority decisions of the board while retaining the right to seek changes in such decisions through ethical and constructive channels. So public, I'm not upset at all with being called out publicly, with some of the comments and the tenor and the tone of them, because of your elected officials don't exemplify the high ideals of professionalism, truth to office. How can we expect you? Just the truth. I told you guys we had one frivolous lawsuit. And in the spirit of transparency, I'm going to let you guys know what that is. On Thursday, May 20th, in the Forest Park Review and Village Free Press, Ms. Maria Maxim wrote this article. Claudia Medina, Proviso Township High School's board member, has filed a libel lawsuit against District 209 Superintendent James Henderson, Excuse me, order please. Order please. I'm gonna be where you want me to be in a second. These are facts. I know it don't feel good, don't sound good, but these are just facts. It's public record. It's public record. But I promise you, you won't find the results of what I'm about to give you in either of these newspapers. The other 6 elected school board members and the school district. The suit was filed May 11th in the Law Division of Cook County Circuit Court. And it goes on to say who she's being represented by. In addition to Henderson, the lawsuit names District 209 School Board President Rodney Alexander and school board members Teresa Kelly, Amanda Grant, Nathan Wagner, Samuel Valtierrez, and Arbella Patterson as individual defendants. She sued all of us. I hear you. Too much to ask for decency and respect. Just too much.
You be respectful and then people might be respectful out here.
Okay, I know. I understand that. Okay, so that was then, right? That was then. Listen, everybody has a legal right to pursue their legal disposition or whatever they want to do. You don't get it both ways, public. I told you this board is transparent. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Dr. Higginson got here and told us he was at 13% and 16%. Some people have said they've heard other superintendents say that. The one that was here that I was under never said that. So, that was in May. We're in September. The court dismissed the claims against all defendants except the Board of Education without prejudice, which means that the plaintiff can file an amended lawsuit and attempt to add additional allegations which were not present in the first complaint. From a practical sense, however, the court has already determined that the claims that the plaintiff wanted to raise regarding the setting of the record straight mailer are not actionable, so it would seem to be a fruitless endeavor to replead those matters. The court did not address the affirmative immunities that were raised, including the executive privilege immunity, which is also likely dispositive on its face to the claims involving the setting the record straight mailer. The court dismissed the claims against the Board of Education with prejudice by finding that the tort, and by prejudice that means that you cannot appeal, by finding that the Tort Immunity Act bars the claims alleged against the Board of Education as a matter of law. This means that an amended complaint should not be filed against the Board of Education at all in this matter for the same types of claims. Okay. I will say it again. And y'all can do what you want to, but it ain't gonna change it. If you think the constructive way of getting your concerns met are to rally against the one board member that violates her oath of office, costs you money with frivolous lawsuits, continue to do that. Facts. It ain't going nowhere. She has no power. None. And it's an affront to the public that she would take her oath of office so lightly. Because in the same vein, she could choose to work with her board and support us as she has done in the past to get things done. The way that that's being done, it's not going anywhere. So you can clap all you want to. You can enjoy the sideshow. The facts of the matter is she's out of order. She's violating her oath of office. And if that's the example you want to get behind, by all means, go on over there. But you're not going to get no redress from this board that way. It's not going to happen. Because we're honest and transparent, and we all try to, as much as possible, stick to our oath of office in which we raised our right hand to say that we would abide by. There's no place for that. Not because I don't like it, but that's because of the board oath of office and policy. It's not because I don't like it. I'm just telling you, without 4 votes, nothing moves up here. So what are you clapping for? What are you excited about? I understand the emotions, but I'm just telling you factually as a board member, that's going nowhere. And the court, fortunately, decided that was the case. It's going nowhere. Okay? We are going to continue to support everyone under the sound of my voice to the best of our ability. And we're going to get there together, district. As a board member, and I believe the other 6 board members here. We're going to get there together. Change is hard. It's uncomfortable. But we're in this together. We're in this together. And for at least 4 more years, We're gonna try to figure this thing out together. My intent up here with the President's report is never to take jabs, but I'm human. If I've done that, or I've acknowledged some community comments, charge that to my heart, not my brain. It's hard to sit up here and be attacked, folks, and I keep telling y'all that. Y'all act like just because we're elected that we have to take certain things from you. Things that you would not accept yourself. Someone just yelled out, in order to be respected, you must give respect. I don't even know where that comes from. I don't even know where that comes from. You give respect regardless. You give respect regardless. It doesn't cost you anything. Especially with a board that has their phone number on their business card that you can pick up the phone and call me. I don't get it. I don't get it. To the best of my knowledge, I've never disrespected anyone. I think I've apologized a couple of times for some of the things I've said. I'm human. But we all are. So if you guys know the type of politics in Proviso on your school board that you just had in DC, you guys want January 6th types of stuff and talking all just whatever kind of way to people and undermining rules and meetings that are just chaotic and just crazy where nothing gets done but a bunch of hurt feelings. I don't understand how you say you care about children and want that. When you have a board that's up there begging and pleading you to come work with us. We're not going to agree with everything, folks. It's not going to happen. Change is hard. But at the same token, we appreciate you. We're going to continue to listen to you. And we're going to continue to win. Because that's all we've done as a school board is win. That's it. And I get everything. I want to thank you guys once again for your comments. That stuff just motivates me to do better. I think it motivates the board to do better. I think we're getting tough around the collar with those comments. So let's try to figure out a way moving forward to communicate and get stuff done in a more effective way. And I should have did this in the beginning. I believe one of the teachers mentioned it, and I want to thank you for mentioning our students. In a minute, Ms. Grant's going to read a resolution from the Board of Education. On Friday, Proviso West had a football game against York High School that I attended. And I met Mr. Johnson for the first time. I actually shook his hand. And little did I know that would be the last time, the first and last time that I saw that young man. Folks, listen to me. We don't know how much time we have. Let's spend it wisely. Let's check ourselves daily to make sure that we're doing things in the most effective, productive way that we can. And let's make sure that when we go home at the end of the day, that everything that we've done during that day, we can look in the mirror and say that we're proud of, whether anybody else knows it or not. I want to send my condolences to his family. I want to send my condolences to the students and other teachers, his peers, district administrators, and all of you that walk the halls with him and knew him personally. I was sharing with Ned that as a senior parole agent of 20 years, I have seen death in ways that you all would never imagine. I have shaken the hands and spoken to young men to find out the next day that they have been taken from this earth. It's pretty much traumatic for me. I kind of suffer from PTSD from it. I've seen things I wish none of you would ever have to see. So when I shook that young man's hand on Friday and got the word on Sunday, it took me way back, folks. I had a moment, I had a breakdown. But it also reminded me of the brevity of life and why we do what we do. And we have an opportunity to do that young man proud. We have an opportunity to honor him in Proviso, and not just word, but in everything that we do from this day moving forward. Because everyone under the sound of my voice, including me, can do better. We can all do better. And I think we should all ask that individually of ourselves. Ms. Grant?
Resolution of remembrance for Mr. Lawrence Dean Johnson Jr. I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. Maya Angelou. Whereas the family and acquaintances of Lawrence Johnson are deeply saddened at his departure, as are all who were touched by his amazing spirit. And whereas Lawrence Johnson was known for his great love of teaching, sports, and ability to connect with students. And whereas Lawrence Johnson taught at Proviso West for 3 years. And whereas Lawrence Johnson was an exemplary, passionate, and respected teacher who excelled in the classroom and inspired his students. And whereas Lawrence Johnson was a dedicated swimming and softball coach. And whereas Lawrence Johnson's example of always putting his students and athletes first will continue to inspire his loved ones and every member of Proviso Township High School's District 209. And whereas the Proviso Township High School's Board of Education, Administration, faculty, and staff feel that it is fitting and proper to express to the family of Lawrence Johnson our sympathy and sorrow at the news of his passing. Therefore, that it be resolved that Proviso Township High Schools has tremendous appreciation for the impact Lawrence Johnson had on the Proviso Township community and wishes to acknowledge that he will be dearly remembered and greatly missed. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution will be given to the family and a copy kept in the school archives. Humbly submitted on September 14, 2021. Rodney Alexander, President, and James L. Henderson, Dr. James L. Henderson, Superintendent, District 209.
Thank you, Ms. Grant. Dr. Henderson, that concludes the President's report. Thank you, public. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening, community. Mr. President, Vice President, Secretary, and board members, good evening. I echo the sentiment that you just shared, Ms. Grant. Fortunately, Saturday morning, shortly after Mr. Johnson's death, I had the opportunity to speak with his family. And on behalf of Dr. Hicks, his mother, she wants you to know, board, that she appreciates your support. As Mr. Alexander just shared, life is short. And we shouldn't spend our time consistently fighting. We are here to take care of our children. Now, we're not going to always agree, and that's perfectly okay. But let's agree to disagree amicably. Teachers, I heard you. It will take time. But I am more than willing to do whatever it takes to continue to work with you and everyone else in this district. So we're going to move forward. And we really do want you on this train. All aboard! We want you on the train. So let's move together. Board members, we welcome more than 4,800 scholars into this district. And we're really excited about having them back in the classroom. And I'm telling you, teachers were excited. Security was excited. O&M was excited to see our scholars. And we're very happy to have them back. Again, teachers, let's move forward together. We can't do it without you. You you teachers, all of you. That's where the rubber meets the road. In that classroom. Because you have those scholars all day, every day, more than your own parents. So please, let us do that which is in the best interest of all children. Speaking of children, just recently we were awarded a grant, and I have Mr. Brian, last name? Mr. Brian Miller on with us. We were awarded a grant, and Mr. Brian Miller is going to share that with us. Mr. Grant, have at it.
Superintendent Henderson, thank you very much, Board. It's a pleasure to be with you today. And yeah, just to share some very exciting news. Thanks to a grant by the University of Illinois and a grant that Superintendent Henderson and Ms. Wilson and I have been working on for some time, Proviso Township has been awarded free streaming kits from University of Illinois to be able to promote, obviously that goes along with the transparency and the good work in controlling the narrative of Proviso Township High Schools. And so it was my privilege last week to visit and drop off 2 sets of equipment for Proviso East and Proviso West to be able to broadcast all activities, arts, and athletic events. Obviously board meetings or graduations or anything that you want to capture that can help update markets and just talk about all the good things that are being done by the students in the schools. It is all on the table and all available to be broadcasted. So part of the kits include brand new MacBook Airs, camcorders, headsets, tripods. It's all mobile. Everything will be streamed in a very high quality 1080p broadcast, as well as with our HD audio mixer, which will give you the pristine sound. And one of the really exciting things that was important to Superintendent Henderson and sharing the vision with the University of Illinois is that all of this equipment was free to the schools. It's going to be free to parents to be able to watch, and it's all going to be for the students, by the students. So there's software and hardware that goes along with this that will be able for students and staff to be able to broadcast games that you would see very similar to what you see on the Big Ten Network, or any sort of live streaming that any sort of college or university is doing. So this includes complete graphics that are customized with team logos and colors. It's got full ability to power on graphics with graduations, arts, or athletic arts events. And we really want this not to just be a tool for athletics, but one that all students can use. And you know, we talk about having the impact of a teacher and the way it played in all of our lives. But for me personally, I was the student that was broadcasting games or had the opportunity to cover fellow students, whether that was through our journalism or communications programs. And now I'm doing that as a career. And it was, you know, the teachers who made a difference in my life that hopefully we'll be able to pay it forward. And again, when we talk about what this looks like and what the possibilities are, we know that not every event will be streamed the same with, you know, announcers or graphics, but literally with the ease of iPhones and iPads, you'll be able to stream any event immediately. And there is no limit to the events, there's no limits to the time. Anything that is good for the students, good for the schools, we want to encourage and promote. And as I said, it's all going to be available not only in live real time, but it'll be available archived and on demand that the schools will be able to keep as, you know, now part of their library for years to come. And the more students, the better in all of our opinions as we built this program. Obviously, we talked about step 1, streaming with an iPad or an iPhone, but if students want to get engaged and, you know, learn skills that are critical to curriculum of journalism, whether that's being behind a camera or producing a game or actually calling a broadcast. All of those are roles that we'll end up teaching and helping facilitate at Proviso East and Proviso West. And then obviously the full-blown graphics, which, many of our college partners are utilizing a 3 or 4 person setup and creating clubs and classes, and ideally that is something that we'll shoot for with Proviso Township High Schools. And again, opportunities to sort of toot your own horn, control the narrative, if it's messages from principals or it's promoting, great teachers or students, band concerts, graduations, theater, sports, you name it. Even some schools are doing school announcements and board meetings. All of this will be set up on a digital network that will exist not only online, but it will exist on your Apple TV or Roku device or any sort of smart TV setup that might have an Android or Amazon Fire Stick. So very, very exciting network. There's 40 schools that will be on the Chicago Arts and Athletics Network, 2 of which Proviso East and Proviso West will represent. And again, everything will be streamed in a very high quality 1080p, led by the students, for the students, and we're very proud to award this grant to Dr. Henderson and Proviso Township High Schools.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Miller. Thank you so very much. Next, we will have Ms. Gilbane is here to present our very own scholar. Ms. McClendon, please come forward.
I am Michelle McClendon, executive with Hillside Building Company. We are executing the capital improvement plan. This summer, we had the honor of hiring 2 Proviso Township High School students to work at Proviso East and Proviso West. And we have one student here tonight, Dulce Rivera. She will present on her experience with Ruthie over at Proviso East High School. Dulce.
Which is something that I learned early on, that building starts every week. And the main point of this is to raise awareness of a topic or an issue that may be kept to keep people safe. This may be about the construction industry, family, or the community. And Gilbane's camera that I'd like to share about is the overall training attitude of people that I worked with over the summer. When I was sick over the summer and I had to go to ER, the people that I worked with assured me that my health is the number one priority while working at Gilbane. They treated me with respect, despite going into this with no real knowledge about the construction industry, and took the time to really teach me. Overall, they made me feel welcomed, despite the construction industry being considered hostile. So I really appreciated that, and I thought that was a great way to start this year. I learned a great deal from my team while working with Gilbane, and this knowledge was able to help me to assist them with certain tasks. I learned how to use Procore, which was a construction management software used to help a project be completed safely, on time, and within budget. With Procore, I was able to help with inspections, daily log, photo documentations on Procore, punch list items, creating reports, agendas, and meeting minutes for the trade contractor meetings that were held weekly, T&M reports with photos to demonstrate the progress that was happening, and learning how to read plans and drawings. I also learned how to use Looping, which is a software used to mark up PDFs. There I marked up the HVAC progress and the cylinder progress to track what was being done and the progress that was being made. I also started my OSHA 10 so that I can conduct better safety inspections while walking with the superintendent and the project engineer. So in the picture on the right, you can see me working with one of the drawings highlighting the progress of HVAC. And on the bottom right corner, you can see that that was what I was doing, including was transferring over that to be represented digitally. On the left side, you can see one of the Procore certifications I received might be my first week working, so I really wanted to get familiar with the software. Considering I had no experience, it was a great way just to dive right in. So I also wanted to highlight some of the experiences that I have while working with Gilbane. Gilbane was so great to organize different events for the interns this summer. Some of those events were with Glass Solutions and Bernhard Woodworking, and those were different companies that we were able to tour and understand what they really do and how they contribute to this industry. We also toured different construction sites like Stevenson and the Haribo project that Gilbane is working on, and this was a great learning experience for me because I also got to see how different teams were able to manage the progress that was being made on their construction site. Along with this, there are a lot of fun events that I was able to associate and socialize with other professionals in this industry. We were taken to a Sox game and architectural boat tour, and during our final presentations, I was able to have one last goodbye with the friends that I made over the summer. It was really great to associate with them and to have these great mentors to look up to. Going into college, I was pretty unsure what I passionate as a kid and what I should really go into, but really talking to these people made it very sure for me what I want to go into and really had it in my passion. So I wanted to end off with some highlights from the summer. So on the left, you can see that was my first day working in the office of Gilbane. Top right, you can see the gates from Proviso East, and this is a really special moment for me because my mother actually attended Proviso East and so did my aunts. So to be able to work there and to see the capital improvements that are being made really touched my heart. So that was my first day working on a construction site. And on the bottom left, you can see a picture, a white picture of the city when we were taking on the boat tour. And again, this also touched my heart because I know that my interest in architecture and in construction began when my family would take me to trips to the city. And this kind of struck me again because it was being able to see my goals and dreams kind of being fulfilled already. On the bottom right, you can also see a wider scope of Proviso East. And this is when we were taking to the roof, which was awesome because we were able to see all the different hardware and aspects of the construction project that were happening. And on the top, you can see the first picture that we took with the Board of Education when they announced that we would be interning in Gilbane. On the bottom right, that was a picture that I took with Mark, the other intern that was selected, and even to this day, he's a really good friend to talk to every now and then and to keep in contact with. So I'd like to end by saying thank you to Gilbane for this wonderful opportunity and the events that they've planned. I will take the knowledge that I gained from this wonderful summer with me in all of my future experiences, whether it be an internship in college and hopefully as a civil engineer. I'd also like to thank the board and the district for encouraging me to follow my passion for the industry and allowing me to learn from the priorities and the capital improvements that were happening within my own district. It was really great to see those things that are happening to make progress in our district. And I finally want to thank my friends and family for their love and support throughout my life and throughout the summer. So thank you, and this concludes my presentation.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Ms. Rivera. Ms. Rivera is on the Superintendent's Roundtable. We're so very proud of you. Thank you. All right. All right, now, board, we will move into our presentation, and we'll get started with our finance budget.
Well, good evening again, members of the board.
Good evening, sir.
Also, public. I'm excited about presenting to you fiscal year 22 final budget. Might not be as much fun as an internship, but it's necessary. So, in doing this work, one of the things we have to do is we have to comply with ISB requirements. We got to take our budget data, which is 34 pages of detailed financial information, and upload that to the state. And so in doing this work, we sought the assistance of Dr. Jay Kaneen. He is a retired superintendent who has his own firm that assists districts in uploading the budget data into the state, but also in providing expert consulting expertise on structuring of school budgets. And so he's here with me, he's going to join me with the presentation, and I ask him to come forward at this time.
Good evening, President.
Good evening, sir.
Board members, Superintendent, and guests. I would be negligent without making a couple of comments about tonight. I have gone now to a number of schools. And as you can see, obviously, I'm long in the tooth. A great year. And in my close to 50 years in education, never has there been a more challenging year than this year. With opening for a pandemic, with the idea of do we hire people that are non-vaccinated, and with the governor changing and seeing that there is a real problem in staffing. Not only staffing teachers, but staffing bus drivers, staffing all personnel. It is such a difficult task you're at. And I often wonder why board members do this. It sure isn't the pay, I'll tell you that right now.
That's right.
And you have to deal with these problems. Now, I feel uniquely qualified to talk to you because Mr. Moody said, I'm a retired superintendent down the street at Morgan for a number of years. And you know, we used to fight all the time, Proviso and Morgan, that we didn't have the money that LT had. LT could have these programs, but we couldn't. Oak Park River Forest was my neighbor. And they could provide programs that I couldn't touch. But we had the dedication to our students, and I see that. It's that dedication to the students. Now, what I didn't have and what you have is a pretty good financial position. And that's what I'm here to talk to you briefly about tonight. I want to first compliment you on always starting with your vision. Always talking about where you want to go. And you set those visions and you set those priorities and you adhere to them. And unlike your report probably next month, that's going to talk from the audited position, and that's what's happened before. Tonight I'm going to just talk about looking into the future. How are you financially stable enough to provide your program? Because if you're not going to be able to have any sort of those improvement programs. And the good news is our projections are saying yes, you as a board are in great financial position. In our 5-year projection, we see you maintain, not even maintaining, but increasing your fund balances. And what are you doing with your fund balances? Let's move forward, because I'm going to talk quickly, because you people are no. Right, here's the budget form. You know what's great about the budget form? Balanced budget in all funds. Now I need to talk a second about fund accounting, because sometimes the funds can differ year to year. And let me give you an example. This year is a very difficult year for transportation. And the reason is transportation is reimbursed a year late. So last year, you guys made a lot of money in transportation because you got the reimbursements from 19, 20, and you didn't have the transportation bills. Well, guess what happens this year? This year, you have all your transportation costs and none of the reimbursements. And so that left our transportation fund a little behind. What do? We moved some money that you had in the education fund into the transportation fund. So those numbers on the bottom are all blank. There's one that's red, and that is your dedication to HVAC, to life safety, as you said, Mr. President, and your commitment without going out for a bond issue. It's crucial that taxpayers now are facing very difficult times. And this isn't a good time to ask taxpayers to pay more money, and you're not doing it. You're managing with your funds. And the future says you can continue to do that. Now, this is something unique that we provide, and that's a 5-year projection. And if you look through the 5-year projection, what you see is your fund balance is still increasing. And let me stop here. One of the things that I had done after I was superintendent, and Dr. Henderson, you might want to consider teaching at some point too after this, but you underestimate your revenues. Not greatly, but slightly, and you overestimate your expenditures. That way, if something happens, you're covered. By doing this, by underestimating for the next 5 years your revenues, and overestimating your expenditures, you're still solid. And that's the message I want to give to you tonight. That you will be solvent for the next 5 years as long as you stay with your vision, with your financial mission, and then go about the idea of what you're going to do with your fund balance. What's funny was I was at Morton, they would talk about West as a new school. And I would say to them, you know what? We're talking about a 60-year-old building as a new school. I said, yeah, compared to East, which was 100 years old, what a parallel. Same thing happens here, right? These buildings cost lots and lots of money to maintain, and you have to continually invest in it. If you look at your total fund balances, you'll see a decline. Well, that was your decision to pay down some of your fund balances to fix your building. As you see, if you do not do anything, those fund balances will increase and increase. But I know you have a direction to try to fix some of these buildings without keeping on going back to the taxpayer. Our 5-year projection says you can do some of that. Can't do it all. Everybody will come to you and want their own project. And one of the tough things, Superintendent, my friend Mr. Moody's got to have to say is no. You've got to prioritize and you've got to keep within those financial guidelines the way you are now. So with that, I will present to you our plan and with our recommendations that you pass our budget, because as we did all the priorities that needed to be done, we did the preliminary budget, we did have it for 30 days, you had your public hearing, so now you can go across and pass your budget. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Are there any questions?
I have a question. I'm just wondering, are we still using the direct energy as an electricity provider?
I believe we are.
Okay. You believe we are? Has the board been informed that we're still using them?
Well, they're in the bill, I believe they're in the bill list, so if that's information that you would like, we can certainly provide it.
Yeah, because, you know, I just wanted to know who approved for automatic renewal with this company. And what is our electricity rate?
I have not done a deep dive into that, but I'm happy to do that. We can bring that forward for next month.
Okay, because I think we have a very high rate, and this might have, you know, have a cost to the district. It might cost the district a lot of money by using this outside provider. But I also see that we still have time ed here too.
We do. One of the things I proposed last month was that we were going to categorically review the management of all of our utilities. It's something that hasn't been looked at in quite a while. It is something that is in the plan for the business office is to look at each of our utility providers and analyze whether or not that's efficient. We're getting the right services, but we're also getting the right pricing on those. So that's in the plan for this year is to review all of the utility providers.
Yeah, because it looks like we're getting a very, very high of like 20-something thousand a month for this direct energy. In 1 month, too high.
Can you try to clarify that most energy companies, what they do, they use the existing infrastructure, being the utility poles, the lines, they mostly belong, certain areas belong to the utility, this being ComEd, and direct the other company, what they do is they'll purchase electricity, kilowatt hour, and then resell it to us. Usually those companies at the beginning will give you a big deal.
Right.
So you have to watch out for the renewal because they'll pitch on the renewal. So
Exactly. That's
ComEd is probably
in the beginning when they came to us direct, they were very reasonable. Now the bill has skyrocketed.
yeah, we gotta keep an eye on that because we could cancel. I don't know what the contract says, but we could cancel if
We need to
we cancel it and according to the
Solicitation notice
contract.
will be canceled.
So they're just using ComEd infrastructure to deliver their energy. Sure. That's why it's.
We'll be sure to take a look at that.
Thank you.
Mr. Rudy, could you give us there usually used to, when we had our budget, we used to always get like a chart that showed the past years, where we're at and where we're going and all that. Do you have that in your? Yeah, but we would also have each one of the different funds also explained. So my question is in regards to the education fund. So we moved money from the education fund into transportation, is that correct?
Not to know.
We allocated state aid, general state aid, to the transportation fund.
You're speaking the mic for the people on line.
So,
Okay.
Historically, no, but going forward, we are planning to allocate some money to the transportation fund specifically to make up for the shortcoming that Dr. King mentioned.
EBF funding can be used in any fund. And what this chart talks about is all funds. And sometimes you have the variance in the fund. Expenditures did not go down in the education fund. What
No, they went up.
Yes. Yes. We expended more in the education fund. You know what changed? The revenues versus the expenditures. And you still see revenues versus expenditures in a positive position.
How is that impacted by the monies, the SS monies that we got?
The ESSER money
Is
has,
that in the education fund? I don't know.
yes, you have ESSER money in the education fund, you have ESSER money in the building fund, and you have a large amount of ESSER money in the 60 fund. the capital projects.
We had a deficit in our budget last year. So comparatively, I wanted to know the difference between the education fund deficit that we had last year versus what we had. Is that ESSER the one that made the difference?
Yes, it did. And we now have a surplus in all funds, and that was that budget sheet that I showed you. The budget summary sheet shows us with revenues versus expenditures, all in the positive nature for all funds.
Correct. And that's thanks to the ESSER money.
That's right.
Okay. So my question to you, Mr. Moody, is could you explain that even with the ESSER money, could you share with the board the difference between the education fund from last year and this year? Even though we're in the red, we're not in the red, we're in the black. But could you explain the difference? Where is it that we're spending more money this year?
So what we prepared is all funds. If we want to break it down by fund, we would have to prepare the documents that would show that. What I have here today is consolidating everything together.
I'd like to make a public record that I did request to the superintendent that that information be provided, and it was denied.
What information?
By anyone.
Mr. President, is this, I mean, we talked about the educational fund a few years ago, and I precisely asked about it because we were transferring the $4.5 million from the educational fund to the operations fund to get our facilities master plan completed, which sometimes we say the word just freely like educational fund, and sometimes we make our constituents or our community members think that, oh, we're taking it from books, from computers, but that's not the fact. That's not the truth. That's not how it works. No. Not the way that you explained it to me. And Ms. Medina, you actually what I'm saying now, you said it to me. That's how I understand it now. The same words that just repeated out of my mouth came out of your mouth to my ears 2 years ago. When I asked the same question, which you already know, what if the educational fund means. Now, let's not get this mixed up. The educational fund doesn't mean you're taking the books and you're taking the computers from the kids. That's not, community members, that's not what we're talking about. I asked the same question, and everything I'm repeating now is what Ms. Medina said 2 years ago.
Mr. Moody, if I'm correct, and let me know, everything comes out of the education fund, right?
No.
Well, no, not everything. So each of the funds has a specific purpose. So for instance, the capital fund, the district saved up money over a number of years to fund the FNP. So that activity specifically happens within the capital fund. Now, you might save up in other funds, transfer it over, but the actual build-out activity is recorded in the capital fund. So each fund has a purpose.
Once we develop the capital fund, but initially though, the $4.5 million that we were projected to take out over the duration of the FNP every year to save to complete the FNP, we were able to put back this year.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. So I just wanted to be clear that we set up the capital fund, or the capital fund is funded for the FNP project because we decided as a board to do so and to reallocate those four sources like you said. But at the same token, that money that we were continuing the capital funding with was coming out of the educational fund every year, which we have projected financially to save in order to continue the prospect of the capital, the FNP, I'm sorry, the facilities master plan.
For the next 5 years.
For the next 5 years.
You have the excess fund balance to be able to do that without adversely impacting the work in the education fund.
And that was also, I wanted the public to understand, based upon us raising our fund balance to a slightly higher level than the ISB or state requirement, so that we would have an overage every year and be a lot more frugal, which also contributed to our 5-year funded budget and our facilities master plan that was funded for 5 years.
Exactly right.
Your financial profile, 3.8, the highest you can get is 4.
Right.
You continue to do that, even with your fund balance declining a little bit on your project. You kept your fund balance still in the recognition, the highest state recognition that can be. $18 million in federal funds came this year from ESSER. That allows you to do projects and not to reduce any of the services, but improve services in the major educational component, and that's instruction.
Last question, sir.
Yes,
That 18 million is only a benefit to the district because we were financially solvent before we got it. They could have put us in a situation where we
You are
were to need it.
absolutely right. A lot of districts are using to make up deficits. And that's hard.
Yeah.
Because it's a one-time only influx. And if you're spending that money on operating funds, next year's going to be real bad.
Exactly.
That doesn't happen with you.
Thank you.
All right.
Any other questions?
So what percentage are we maintaining in our fund balance now?
Didn't you say three? Didn't you say three?
Just say
What's the rate of the rate?
No. What's the percentage of the fund balance?
It's in excess of the board requirement.
Right.
I think there was a 33%
Right.
requirement, and it's in excess of that. And as Dr. Deneen mentioned, it's also high enough that we receive the state's highest rating financially. So you are healthy financially. Our fund balance is healthy, and we're projecting surpluses going out 5 years. Surpluses.
The state fund balance requirement is 25?
25%.
Okay. And our policy is 33%.
And you're well over the 33%.
Oh, we're way over.
Oh, way over, yes.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Human Resources.
Good evening, board president, superintendent. I thank you all for having me here, and most of all, I appreciate the teachers. In case you didn't know it, I'm a pure educator. That's what I'm here for. Top 1% of the world, you know. We're going to talk about human resources and our goals, as you know, and Dr. Kenny stated. We have challenging times right now, especially in staffing. As you know, the buses are having the same problems all over this country. And we have some great ideas. We'd like to bring some great energy in here, and hopefully that energy will reflect in our hiring and our helping with our current employees. I'd like to have Brenda Horton, as you mentioned earlier, come up and get some details on the state of human resources. Thank you.
Just hit the next arrow, and there's a clicker there. The clicker? Is there on the... Yes.
Good evening, Board of Education, Dr. Henderson.
Good evening, ma'am.
Thank you. So I serve on the Human Resources team with Dr. Childs and Ms. Tiffany Jenkins, and it is my honor and pleasure to serve with both of them. So I'd like to start.
Speak into the mic, please.
Sure. So I'd like to start with giving a staffing overview. So currently, and as of today, we have 3 vacancies in the district, 1 vacancy at Proviso East, and 2 vacancies at Proviso West, and none at the Math and Science Academy. As Dr. Kinney mentioned and Dr. Childs mentioned, we are challenged in the area of substitute teachers. A review of our substitute teachers database shows that we have 84 subs in the system. There are currently 61 substitute teachers that have not reported this school year so far. 14 of those subs we share with other districts, and 9 of those 14 are currently active for our district. So we are working on a plan to increase that number. So what are we doing? We have launched a requisition for each school where we are looking for long-term substitute teachers at a rate of 3 per school to report to school every day. We are currently sourcing for that. We haven't made the offers just yet, but our plan is to have 3 substitute teachers at each school report every day to balance that rate out so that when we have unexpected call-ins, we have substitutes on board every day that can fill those voids, whether it's all day or period-to-period voids. And then we also use the current system where we have the ASOP system available where teachers can, or substitutes can pick up substitute assignments like they normally do. Yes, ma'am.
So I just want to ask, are the long-term subs the same thing as like a permanent sub, like that we have somebody who just like, is it basically the same concept?
Not exactly. So the concept for the long-term sub is year-round, 5 days a week for the entire school year. So that's the concept for the long-term sub. I think what you're thinking of traditionally for long-term sub is where they would fill in for someone who may be out for an FMLA leave or sick leave currently. So let me rephrase that. So the current long-term sub process is defined as they would come into the school system, they would work as a sub first, where that rate of pay would be $125 per day. And when they served in that role for 20 consecutive days, then they move into what's called a long-term sub rate, and then that rate of pay changes to 180 days. $180 per day in the same position. But the long-term sub model every day is they report to school every day, 5 days a week. We can use in any capacity, in any class, any subject area across the building to fill any void so that we can have we can fill a void anywhere in the building as the year rises is what the concept is going to be used for.
With this extended pay, are there any requirements for these particular subs?
The same requirement would be certified certificate, so they would have to be certificated, same as a regular substitute teacher. So they would have to be, they would have to go through the same process through West 40.
Are there going to be drug tests or anything like that to make sure that we have people long-term that are in there, make sure that we don't have any?
Just as we would do with all employees.
I just want to make sure.
Yes,
Okay.
so they would go through the same process. They would have to be background checked.
Okay.
They would have to go through the drug screening.
Okay.
They would have to have a bachelor's degree and go through the same process as anyone else.
Okay.
And so again, 3 subs per building is what we're looking for. So I just opened the requisitions last week. The plan is to aggressively interview and fill those. Certainly hope by the next board meeting that we have those vacancies filled for PMSA, East and West.
Let's move on.
Are we going to have any subs, Mr. Could I please have Doctor, sorry. Ms. Horton, are there going to be any requirements for any of the subs to have like more science or math backgrounds? Are we looking for anything like that as well?
Not at this time. It's going to be the same requirements in terms of what qualifies them to be a substitute. Same requirements.
Okay.
So moving on to the topic of employee relations, we took a look at how many certified teachers are currently on leave in terms of just FMLA leaves or other leaves. So we don't have any employees who are currently out on unpaid administrative leaves. Currently, we don't have any employees who are pending leaves under ADA we have 5 employees who are currently out on FMLA, 6 employees who are currently out on intermittent FMLA, and 1 employee who is on a sabbatical leave. And we do have, a person covering that. Full-time English teacher who is covering that leave.
Ms. Smith said check your email.
Safety, we currently have 2 O&M employees who are out on total temporary disability. And then we have 2 O&M employees who are currently still out on leave whose claims were denied, but they have not returned to work just yet. In terms of Human Resources Departmental goals, we have taken a look at what we want to accomplish over the next year. We would like to enhance our customer service levels in terms of human resources support, and we would like to enhance our HR procedures. Dr. Childs and Ms. Jenkins and I are currently working on what that would look like, and we will share that information at a later time. We are looking at rolling out our college recruitment plan, and we are looking to move our paper processes in terms of records management to cloud-based storage management systems. And that's important because that will allow us to be able to effectively manage and share records back and forth in an environment where we don't necessarily have to be in the office when we need to share information records back and forth. And we expect to have these goals fully executed by June of 2022. And that's pretty much it for our HR summary that we wanted to share with you for at this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Horton.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Childs.
Ms. Horton, I think it should be made known it's not unique that it's been, you may have difficulties finding a substitute. There's a substitute shortage throughout, everywhere, as well as a teacher shortage. So I don't know if you're looking for individuals to have specific areas, content areas of study such as chemistry or math and science. You're welcome to get a substitute teacher, period.
Thank you, Ms. Harris, for saying that. It has been a challenge, and we are looking for alternative ways to increase the pool. So thank you so much for saying that. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Childs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have teaching and learning.
Good evening, board. Good evening, superintendent. Good evening, colleagues and community. I am not Dr. Kevin Brown. Teaching and learning. Our coordinators are continuing to work on reviewing and approving curriculum projects. Those projects will be completed by the end of the month, or will be moved to the next cycle. Our teachers are participating in monthly training for using the BA 365 resource that the district purchased in support of the Black History course. Their very first session was this evening. Administrators attended a workshop where we described and went into great depth on the PTHS that includes gradual release of responsibility. We'll be pushing that not only to principals, but to the grade level principals and ultimately to teachers as we get everybody on board and understanding and applying the instructional framework. In the area of accountability, our current enrollment in PTHS is 4,817 students. We are growing. We're continuing with state reporting. The last big report for the previous school year, for school year 21, is the College and Career Readiness Indicator Report. My report is still loading at the state. I was 300 and something in line when I submitted it. I think I'm down to maybe 100. So it's still in the process. We do have all school testing coming up. There was a couple of tests that we did not do in the spring of 2021. We pushed, for example, the Illinois Science Assessment off to the fall. So that test is being administered actually tomorrow. And as a favor to our foundation schools, we were asked and accepted the responsibility for testing what would have been 8th graders who would have taken the access for EL's test in the spring. We will be testing a little over 100 students based on their 8th grade status as EL students. They will be testing tomorrow as well. In addition, we have practice SAT suite testing for grades 9 to 11 coming up next Wednesday, September 22nd. That is an action item that's coming before you tonight as well. And then finally, as far as our sort of big accountability and testing that's coming up, we are offering PSAT, NMSE, QT for our grade 11 students. So that primary date will be on October 13th. That is the date that is fixed by the council. Any questions about any assessments? Right?
So the current enrollment is district-wide at 4,817. Is that significantly higher than the projection, right? Is that right? Right? Like, we grew like by a few hundred students, yeah? Okay. Is that impacting the computers, and it's impacting class sizes? So I think that's an important piece of information. Like, this is actually something we've been striving for ever since, I've been on the board. We wanted to grow our enrollment. I know when we did our demographic analysis for the FNP, it was a steady decline projected in enrollment, right? Down to like 4,400. And now we're at 4,800. I think this is, right? 400 extra students in our schools. That's like, how many sections of kids is that? That's a lot of sections of kids. That's 400 extra students in our schools, which is a triumph, but it's an incredibly stressful triumph. Like, I mean, we couldn't anticipate that, really. So I think that to sort of wind up my comment, this is a kind of a really great challenge for us to try to meet.
It is a great problem to have.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We love good bad news.
That's good bad news.
That's good trouble.
And thank you to all the teachers and everyone who's trying to manage this situation, and the principals, and because that's a lot of extra kids to take care of.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Dr. Henderson, if I could real quick, when we're talking about the concerns and some of the issues with reopening within the midst of the pandemic, it's information like this that the public really needs to focus on. And instead of asking what's wrong, ask why we're having these situations. And if you look at all of the concerns that were even brought up tonight, you can see why we are having some concerns, because our projected amount of students has gone up exponentially, which is a good problem, as my friend would say, good trouble. So instead of saying what's wrong, let's work together to ask why this is happening, identify it, and work through it. That's called progress. That's called positive engagement, effective engagement to take care of what we just said is a good situation to be in. But we have to address it. And it's only going to make us better as a district when we do. Because we will rise to the occasion of dealing with these 400 extra students in good fashion. And when we do, it will increase our volume and ability to deal with situations on the fly. And so next year when it comes around, we'll be better equipped because we've got that experience. All in the midst of a pandemic. Thank you, administration. Thank you, Dr. Henderson.
Dr. Catherine Richard Andrews.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Henderson, my colleagues, and our community members. I'd like to present to you updates on our title programs. I have wonderful news. We were approved. The money has been approved. Our grant was approved and accepted by this state. Regarding our career and technical education grant, the CTEI and Perkins grant has been submitted to the DVR and it has been submitted to the state, and we expect that we can begin spending money immediately. I'd also like to share with you our latest on our new enrollment numbers. The goal is and will continue to be to increase the number of students enrolled in college classes. I have reached out to our principals, and I will be reaching out to our professional school counselors and our career and college readiness counselors to look at the courses that are offered by our partner universities, so our students will get an opportunity to choose the classes that they would like to enroll in. When students have buy-in, what we know is they have high interest, and high interest means high achievement. Also, what we'd like to do is we're still working on a plan that's called PASS, Preparing for Academic Success, for our incoming 9th grade students. And we would also like to have this program going to years 9, 10, 11, and into 12th grades. I also will be reaching out to our high school principals and your teams so that we can prepare and work on a program called Parent University. Our goal is to provide our parents with resources and, most importantly, information regarding opportunities for their children to enroll in colleges that have low tuition costs, low textbook costs, so that at the end of 2 years or the end of 4 years, our children are not looking at the barrel of high student loans. We want to offer this to all parents so that we can provide our students with a clear understanding of what they will need to know and do in order to obtain either an associate degree or a bachelor's degree. Yes.
So how many of those career and college readiness counselors are at each school currently?
Well, we have a college and career readiness counselor at East. And
One?
No, ma'am. We have a career counselor at East and at West.
One.
Yes. Oh, you mean at each school? Yes.
Yes, there's one. There's one for each school currently.
That is correct.
Okay. For how many students? We have one counselor for college and career readiness.
As a professional school counselor, and most importantly, as one who's done the work, all counselors are college and career counselors. All counselors should be working with students from year 9 to 10 to 11 to 12 and preparing them for college. And I say that with the deepest respect. I say it because we have to change the culture of who does the work. For one thing, college preparedness starts in kindergarten. And it's more than just wearing a t-shirt on a Friday to say, I'm going to go here. What we really want to do, particularly in this school system, for our kids in 9th, 10th, 11, and 12, to have them to be able to identify by their second year of high school a real path to college and a real interest in what colleges they'd like to go to. Now, let me be clear. That doesn't mean because they may start out by saying, I want to go to Xavier and want to be in the presence. I didn't go to Xavier, but Xavier University in New Orleans. But it starts the kids to thinking. It starts them to having a real vision. They have to own it, and I know they have to own it because I've done this work for many years. I had children that people thought would never be able to make it in college, and certainly these young people were not able to be able to make it on the college campus, and they did. So what I like to do and why I came to do this work and why I came far to do this work is to ensure that I am a part of something, and we're all a part of something in giving these young people a clear path to college, because we all hear the horror stories now and how these children are drowning in loans and debt that they made in undergrad. Most importantly, they're their parents are having to delay retirement because the parents signed for the loans and they have to pay them back.
That's correct. That's why we've had a high rate of community college students because of that economic. But my question to you in regards to career and college readiness is how many counselors are we currently having for the kids? Because there's a lot going on for the kids, so I'm just trying to make sure that our numbers of counselors are going to match the need that we have for students right now.
I am going to ask Dr. Henderson.
This is what we're going to do. We're going to research that and get back with you. Okay? Thanks.
And I want to delve deep into that too. That's important information for me to know in the developing a plan to support these young people. I'm looking for a clicker.
So we don't know that number.
We'll research it and get back with you.
Because I want to be accurate. Okay. In special education, we're looking and have established processes for students and parents to ensure that they have opportunities to actively participate in the IEP process and access to the least restrictive environment. Our ELL learners, we're looking at systemic alignment of ELL curriculum by establishing a 4-year course sequence to increase language proficiency and most importantly, to assure those students that they are college and career ready by obtaining a high school diploma. Before they can go on, we're going to work on that too, with increasing the number of ELL students who are enrolled in college classes. Yes, ma'am.
So, quick question: how are we doing co-teaching still?
Yes.
Okay. What percentage?
I don't have that, but I'll tell you, I'll research it and get it back to you. That's good information to know.
We have a very large English language learning community that we're addressing, and I want to make sure that the co-teaching percentages are higher than the transitional English percentages.
That's important. That's very important.
That's equity.
Yes, it is.
And if we're going to speak of equity, I think it's important that all students, not a specific group of students, every kid in the district is important.
That's right.
And last, I'm looking at working with our professional school counselors at each school, along with their principals and along with grade level principals, so that we can develop a senior contract. What is a senior contract? A senior contract is a document that we're going to develop and that I've used in prior lives, where before the school year begins for our seniors, they will meet with their professional school counselor along with their parent, and this document will show what classes the students and how many credits they've earned from their freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior year, so that our senior students have a clear understanding of the courses that they not only have to be enrolled in order to get a high school diploma, but that they must earn credit in order to receive a high school diploma at the end of the school year. This document will also help counselors, particularly counselors who may be new in a position or have a new teaching load or counselor load, so that they can know clearly the courses that the kids have already had in year freshman, sophomore, and junior year, so that the kids by year 4, these students are enrolled in the correct classes. Any questions?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And we have 5 minutes for Mr. Johnson to complete his presentation.
I actually am asking this evening, I am requesting it and seeking your approval, our board's approval, on the following action items. And the first action item is the practice SAT testing and grading practice PSAT 89. And of course, the practice test will be administered to our students in grades 9, 10, and 11 in the fall and winter. The scores are used to inform instruction. Grade 8 testing will take place floors are used also for placement for entering grade 9 students as well as the PTHS selected enrollment application process. The second action item is for the youth guidance program. The youth guidance work in Proviso Township has and always will be based on its successful family engagement initiative, created to support the evidence-backed belief that healthy families with involved, engaged parents and supportive communities are essential to the social and emotional well-being of children.
This is also included in this is the program that's included in each one, in the health center at East, that does the all of patella counseling and all of that for the children with loss and all of these things. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Andrews.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. President, Board of Education, Superintendent Henderson, and public, fellow employees. I'm happy to be here tonight to give you an update from the Department of Operations. First of all, I want to begin by saying this, that I'm proud and honored to be in this position as Deputy Superintendent of Operations. And whatever is working right in any of the departments under my supervision, I credit goes entirely to the hardworking people that are in each of these areas. Anything that's going wrong, you can credit it to me. I'd like to begin with an update on technology, and just to put names to faces and something like that, I would like to just ask Mr. Lamont Bennett to stand up. Mr. Lamont Bennett is over here tonight making sure that our live stream is working, but you will find this man working hard everywhere he goes in the district. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to point out Mr. Bennett. Regarding the starting of school, our technology department has supported our registration operations, laptop distribution, district institute. They've been setting up accounts for new employees. They've identified so we can implement a new ID system that didn't make us reliable on our previous yearbook vendors, which was crazy, but yeah, that's how it worked. They've been providing ongoing support. As a matter of fact, tomorrow, Dr. Mitchell Williams talked about the testing that's going on. They've been working hard over the last few days to help get the testing set up, the technology part for that. Monitoring the help desk. Yes, there's a help desk. Yes, it's being monitored, and they're prioritizing and dealing with the items on an urgency basis. Some of the longer-term planning projects that we're working on are network optimization, taking a look at our existing network and seeing what we can do to make it more stable, more reliable, and more efficient. And also looking at VoIP, or Voice over Internet Phone System. We'll be bringing you some information about that in coming months. I want to talk about some of the challenges because there has been a lot of challenges in everybody's area at the start of this school year. The technology team has been working with some of the construction we had. Some of the existing wiring or network locations were rearranged and had to be identified, the equipment reinstalled there, and things put back together. That's progressing very, very well, but we're still cleaning up a few additional areas. Our copiers, you may have heard some issues with copiers. We resolved an issue that had to deal with the paper cut printing system, which lets teachers print to copiers and go to the copier and print to the print shop. That's been resolved. We have district has a contract with Martin Whalen to service our copiers, and Mr. Pritchard is coordinating with them to look at ways of maximizing the use of those and getting those folks out to service our copiers. But our staff have been doing some of the things like changing toner, fixing minor jams, and so forth. Phone system. Our phone system is kind of antiquated. That's one of the reasons we're looking at VoIP. And so we are bringing in the vendor that has, over the years, been supporting the district to make sure we can get any of the phone system upgrades or updates done that need to happen. Student devices are being distributed to students on a daily basis. We have Microsoft, our vendor. One of the things they do is they come in, they look at devices that need to be retrofit, fix those, and get them ready to be reissuing. And we have also ordered additional student devices that are on the way.
How many?
We have ordered 500 additional student devices.
Why weren't they ordered before school started?
I have a question. My question is that due to the influx of over 400 students, new students?
It's due to a multiple number of factors, Mrs. Kelly. There's the new students, there's equipment that we're still recovering from students that graduated, there's equipment that was broken and needed to be replaced. And so we're bringing in these that will have, make up any deficit we have currently, and also have additional computers in stock. We're going to need to reevaluate as we go along, year by year, what our replacement cycle needs to be, and how many additional computers we need to bring in.
Well, we did have an influx of students, right? About 400 new students. So
That is
so
correct.
they registered
Approximately
on
400.
registration that on the last day. So we wouldn't have those computers available.
Yeah, they're again, Mrs. Kelly, lots of factors playing a role. Nutrition services. Since school opened on August 20th, that was the first day we began serving food in our schools. Since then, we've served 3,547 breakfast meals, 31,755 lunches have been served year to date. Our nutrition services team have been providing meals for the sports team. The daily average number of meals so far seems to be in line with our last full year of school where we weren't affected by COVID. Maybe even a slightly higher daily average. Our goal is to have about a 25% increase in participation throughout the entire year based on previous years. Under projects that we've got going on, you'll recall, we bought, can I just get to the end, please? We bought equipment for our kitchen to work with our architects to help get that equipment installed. We are building out a nutrition services website. We want to have a place where people can go to see our menus. Also, we are going to include in there a place for people to submit feedback based on the quality of the food. I want everybody that's listening to this, and I would ask the board if you would assist with this as well, and anybody that's here that's speaking to a student, if they have a problem with a food service item, a food item that they have been issued when they've gone through the line, please take that to the kitchen supervisor if that kitchen is needed. That food item will be replaced, we will research what's going on with it, and we will continue to do that in order to ensure that we're providing high-quality meals to our students. It's a lot more helpful if we can do that because we can take care of the students' need right away and identify where, if there are any things that need to be fixed, we can fix. We are also going to include in there how we're focusing on our customer service and quality. We're implementing a student survey so we can get feedback from students about how it's going, what food items they like, and make our adjustments based on that. So we have a survey that's being reviewed right now, and we'll get that out. I want to say that the folks that I see working in the kitchens on a daily basis are kitchen supervisors, Letitia Dixon, Sandra Alexander, and Joe Radley are working very hard. I come in here at 6 or 6:30 in the morning, we'll walk through, and they're getting breakfast ready. We have folks like Arlen Garcia at PMSA who are greeting our students and serving them breakfast with a smile. These folks are working hard in here. These are our employees. They're members of the employee group of Proviso Township High School 209. And I think we want to continue to give them whatever support and love we can get as they embark on this new mission of doing our own self-operated food service. Some of the challenges that we have faced and that will hopefully be rectified after tonight are some staffing issues. We have some folks that we need to replace and make the hiring on. And just so everybody is aware, there are food shortages nationwide for food service programs. So when we have a menu and it says we're going to do this, we put our orders in days and days in advance with GFS, and they'll tell us, you know what, those items aren't available. Under the leadership of Stephanie Garza, our excellent food service manager, they're making those adjustments and doing whatever they have to do to continue to serve meals for students. Even short-staffed at Proviso West High School here, they've got 3 serving lines. They've been operating all 3 serving lines. So these folks are working very, very hard. Under security, we've heard a lot about security, but I want to take my hat off to the security team and to our manager of security, Mr. Robinson, our security lead, Mr. Mobley, and Mr. Womack. These guys are engaged and working hard to support school opening. They were there for registration. They were even helped doing some logistical support for our back-to-school batch and making sure that that event went off very well. They printed ID cards for all of our students and staff, and they've been, under Mr. Robinson's guidance, deploying staff across all 3 buildings based on need and our staff that are available.
Why was security cut?
When he finishes his report, ma'am.
No, because then it's gonna be over and I can't.
You can speak at the end, ma'am. Just write it down.
So,
Thank you.
a challenge that you've heard a little bit about this evening is the call button issue. This was an artifact of the construction project that was going on at Proviso East. Some of the cabling that went from the intercom system to the desk, the phone at the front desk, which was normally where it was answered, got removed or demolition for demo. So we've identified that problem. We have Johnson Controls who are coming in under Mr. Taylor's assistance to get that fixed. And in the meantime, Proviso East security staff are manning that phone at the upstairs location. So if anybody calls, I think you heard somebody here say tonight that the intercoms have been working better with that. That's got to be due to their being there to staff that. So a lot going on in security as always, but proud of the work they're doing. Transportation. We have home school routes that are in operation. The first view application for a first student has been set up and it is available for parents. We have charter routes, which are the trips for athletics, field trips and all that. They're being covered by District 209 drivers. And then where needed, supplemented by first student, which is what's typically happened in the past. And our transportation manager, Mr. Jerry Garrett, is working hard with our schools, our parents, and vendors to address transportation concerns. Mr. Garrett is in nearly continual communication with everybody to try to make sure that needs are being met and issues are being addressed. Some of the challenges we're facing. First student, like just about every other transportation company in the nation, is facing a severe bus driver shortage. School districts across the country are facing severe bus driver shortages. So in a total avoidance of magical thinking, we're no different than anybody else. So first student is made adjustments. We have about half the number of drivers for the number of routes that we have, so they are running 2 trips in the morning to get those routes covered and 2 trips in the afternoon to get those covered. It is less than ideal. It is not what we want or anybody would want, but it is getting students transported to and from school. And so we're going to continue to work with them. They are making their efforts to try to onboard additional drivers, and hopefully as that happens, we'll be able to bring them in to our complement of drivers so that our students can get better and better service as we go along. But looking forward into SY23, we are continuing our planning to bring transportation in-house for SY23. And we'll give you more updates as we go along with that. Finally, athletics, fall sports are underway. All of our fall coaching positions are filled. We continue our planning for the holiday tournament, which will be held here at Proviso West High School on December 27th through the 30th. This will be the 60th anniversary holiday tournament, so we're really looking forward to that event. Mr. McGinnis and the assistants of Mr. Davis are working hard to get that planned. Both of our athletic directors have held meetings with the coaches of fall sports to talk about expectations, to talk about what standard we're trying to set, and to get our athletic programs going in the right direction. We have also continued our mandatory COVID-19 testing for unvaccinated athletes, which is taking place at the schools on Wednesday afternoons. Some of our challenges, right now, Proviso East High School, we are waiting for the completion of the stadium. So they've had to schedule the sports to take place outside or in the stadium in other locations. So on Saturday, September 18th at noon, I believe it is, we will have our Proviso East home game at Triton College. So that's what that's going to be. But we are looking forward to with great anticipation the opening of the Proviso East Stadium. Another challenge we're working on with our athletic directors and the coaches is just building towards greater competitiveness in all of our sports. We want our students to have an excellent experience here, not just the students, but they're involved in interscholastic athletics, and also being involved in programs for excellence is the goal and what's expected, and hopefully that will open doors for them in the future. And that's all I have. Are there any questions?
Yes.
Ms. Medina.
Food control. Who oversees food control and who do parents call?
So if anybody has an issue with a food item, right, that they want to follow up on, you can contact Stephanie Garza, that's S Garza, SGARZA, at pths209.org. Ms. Garza will be more than happy to do whatever she can to make it right. They can also contact me, Dan Johnson, D. Johnson, at pths209.org if they have a problem with food service. And they want to get a hold of me real quick, they can call 708-514-0341. Again, that's 708-514-0341.
The kids are not happy with the food right now. They're tossing it out. And I'm sorry, I'm sure there's a lot of people putting things forward, but the kids are really complaining, and there's been a lot of parents complaining.
So I'm
about
going to come back to
the
you.
food that it's cold, and the portions are really small, and the kids are hungry.
So, Mr. Dean, the portions that kids are going to be getting are being based on USDA nutritional standards, calorie limits, and all those things that we have to pay attention to. But I will come back to you with survey results, with some numbers that indicate what the students are saying about the food service program, so that you will all be able to see that.
Mr. Johnson, I have 5 freshman students on my block, including my son. I see them at the bus every day. I see my son. He loves the food. And my son is very picky. He's a very picky eater. And I ask him every day, how's the food? And he describes to me what he's eating, and all of them have at the bus station. So I've not had those same concerns. I would like to commend the administration once again for doing this in the midst of a pandemic. I think what the public really needs to understand is something really that you said, and I don't think people are taking into account to it because folks are being selfish. Not only is there COVID, the virus, there is the economic impact of COVID, there is the employment impact of COVID. COVID has impacted this world in more ways than just people getting sick. So when folks are complaining and talking about this and that, they need to understand that these are facts. There are nationwide shortages. You can drive up and down Manhattan, and there are help wanted signs in every fast food place. Folks will not come back to work because of decisions that have been made or whatever the case may be, monies that they're getting. But this is real. It's not that we're not transporting our students because we don't want to. You can't get blood from a turnip. There are no drivers. So these are the realities of what we're dealing with, and I want to thank what was the young man that helped you, Mr. Mooney? Dr. Kaneen, for addressing and acknowledging the realities of what we're facing with this year. Now, we said this at the beginning of the year last month at the meeting. And I asked folks to be patient and to understand that this school opening was not going to be like any in the history of our country or of our time. But folks act like they didn't hear that, and that we're just making these things up, and that the people have not been impacted in a real way. So thank you from the bottom of my heart, because what you guys are doing is above and beyond under circumstances and situations that you have to deal with both personally and for 4,800 students plus employees. And we're keeping it moving.
That's a lot, but I really want to credit our teams for the work that they're doing.
But it's the teams that you supervise and that you guys manage and that you guys put together. And these are the plans that you guys oversee that have our food service at the same rate it was pre-COVID. You don't get those numbers of kids think the food is cold and they're throwing it out. Stop it. People lie, numbers don't. So these are just the facts, and we need to start telling the truth to the people and being transparent or real about the situations that are even affecting education. But we're still providing the best quality that we can, far above what most districts are doing. And that's because of leadership. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, sir. Ms. Kramer?
Yeah, if you could actually go back to the slide for nutrition services. I had a few questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when we're talking about building out the nutrition services website, first question, you said it's going to include menus. That's also going to include allergens, ingredient lists, and such. Right?
Yeah, we'll work on putting that in. We have a gluten-free menu we're going to be posting. We'll have the menus that are existing, and we can look into adding allergen information as well.
Right, because I think that's something that does need to be put out there, and I think that's going to actually save you guys a lot of phone calls and emails to have those allergens listed with the menu so parents know and can go through and help their kids, and kids can know what to pick based on what they can actually eat. And then what's the timeline for that website going up?
The timeline for the website, we're probably by next week, I think, right? So we're working on it right now. We have the basic information we want to put out there. We've worked with this to get that built up.
Okay, my next question is, where is Walker Quality Services in helping with all these issues? Because I'm sure you've heard a lot of it. I've heard a lot of complaints about food service since school has started.
Where are they? Ms. Grant, that I think some people in this room aren't going to want to hear, but we wouldn't be where we're at right now, serving the meals we're serving and operating the way we're operating, had we not received the support from Alfred Walker and Walker Quality Services. I didn't know this man's Adam's off Cox before I met him, but he came in here and he's been in the district and been up here with his staff and working with Ms. Garza and our kitchen staff, just the procedures, the menus, all sorts of things going that we've got in place right now. He continues to provide that support. He's available from telephone. He was in the district last week for a couple of days. So he has been here. By contract, I think it's 4 days per month that he would be here.
Okay.
So we have his support from a telephone basis and from an on-site basis. But he has been a tremendous support, and I have no motivation to say that other than the veracity.
No, I appreciate that. And my final concern, and I brought this up to Dr. Henderson, at PMSA, for some time, there appeared to be a no lanyard, no lunch policy.
Yeah, I don't know, Ms. Grant, I heard that. We investigated that as soon as we heard it. Nobody that I spoke to at PMSA had any idea where that was coming from, and that was occurring when our staff were out there just trying to grab every kid we could and give them a meal. So,
I hear what you're saying, but I want you to let me finish, okay? So I personally know a student who forgot her lanyard and was denied food. I personally know a child who forgot her lanyard and was denied lunch. I confirmed that with other students in other grades and other lunch periods that the workers in the cafeteria at PMSA were saying no lanyard, no lunch. This is unconscionable to me.
It would be to me as well if it happened. And when we looked into it, there was nobody there that I talked to, including the kitchen staff, security, the administration, who could identify who was saying that to students.
Okay, so I'll just have the parents then contact you directly.
Yes, please, I would love to just.
Okay, because I want to make sure that this money, this is a free lunch and free breakfast district. Every child should have food, lanyard or not.
Right, so we're not even looking at the student's ID as part of the checkout process at this point. We're working to get our POS system up. So right now we're using a USDA approved checklist for counting out student meals. And as I mentioned before, our goal is to increase participation, not keep kids from getting lunches. We've also told to Ms. Garza and to our kitchen supervisor, when the student who comes in the kitchen that says that they haven't yet eaten, they get a meal. Somebody is going to make sure they get a meal.
All right, thank you.
I think Ms. Grant, I'm sorry. I think Ms. Grant, if it happens, but sometimes it would happen. But if you would maybe Ms. Garza could train the staff and say, if they don't have it. This part of the training to be a little bit more compassionate and know that these kids get to eat and to learn. So, it happens, nobody's perfect, so we got 4,000 students now. But I understand I also happen to train from one person that I know. But, I'm a problem solver that just try to fix the problem and, make sure we communicate this to the staff and just doing training so that this won't happen again.
One of the things that we were very proud of was the fact that there were no fights in our schools. And it was really because of the security detail and the security, all of the training that was given. CPI, continual investment in our security staff. Why are we understaffed in the schools now? Why have we gone from 22 security to 8 security in the schools?
That's not a situation that exists right now, Mr. Dean. If you look at the personnel account report in the back of your board book, you'll see what our current staffing is for security. I believe the allocation right now is 50 staff members with pre-identified vacancies. So,
But yet they're not in the school for the kids, and the teachers are complaining about it. So why is that then?
Mr. Dion, other than to point you towards the personnel account report that shows the number of allocated staff, I don't know how to answer that question.
Have people gone to half, part-time? Is that what you're saying?
So there's a certain number of allocated full-time and part-time and lunchroom monitors, security staff in each school. So it's not a matter necessarily of somebody going from full-time to part-time to lunchroom monitor. There's an established allocation in each building.
Mr. Johnson, I want to add that when the kid comes down for lunch, do they just walk into the cafeteria, or is there someone at the door that check their ID?
I believe the principals could probably answer this better, that there's probably somebody at the door.
I want to
making
speak
sure they're-
specifically to PMSA. Are the
Ms. Martinez,
IDs
are
checked
they
at the
checking
door, or
IDs as they
when
come
they go
into the
to?
cafeteria?
Checking the IDs for,
To see if they're in the right lunch period as the students come in?
yes, we do.
The security checks that, right?
Security, security helps check them in. Right, John?
Correct.
So security checks them
Checks
in.
them in, which means security, so it couldn't have been anybody in the kitchen to tell the kid, no menu, no food, because they can check in at the door, right?
Was this at PMSA?
Yeah.
I actually spoke with that parent, and I actually researched the situation, and I checked with everybody, and I could not find who it was said to, and I did look through that.
You couldn't describe who they talked to?
I couldn't figure out who it was, but I did speak with that parent, and I did reiterate to everybody, obviously, that, we feed, of course, and they all are aware of that, and so I'm not sure where that was, but I did try to research that.
This was one parent?
And so-
One parent, yes. They contacted me, and I let them know immediately. I researched it right away because that's not our practice.
And so I also want to let you know, so the block that I live on, it's where kind of like a town of high school kids go to Proviso East, and then my alley is actually Elwood. So I have had kids just randomly say to me, man, y'all picked the great food. It's the bomb.com. And so they are actually enjoying it. So when I'm hearing that food is so horrible, and I've had kids say the opposite. I haven't had any parents call me, many constituents call me. But, I just want you to know that. So I guess it's the kid says not good, that just is the saying it's the bomb.com.
And that's the reason we want to survey as well, just to make sure we're on the right track and make sure everybody's we're getting information we need about what's working and what we need.
All right, any other questions?
Yeah, I keep getting interrupted. I had something about maintenance and something about athletics. So in maintenance, there seems to be a difficulty for the maintenance to be able to sanitize the whole building. And it seems like there's short staff in maintenance. When we were setting the schools back up, there was a private contractor that was moving things around, and the maintenance their hours were cut. Why are we doing that? Why aren't we having enough time to be able to go through and sanitize sufficiently?
Mr. Dillon, excuse me, 1 second, Mr. Johnson, before you answer that. Here's what I would like for you to do, Mr. Dillon. I would like, since you have these specific concerns and assumptions, if the rest of the board has these same concerns, we can continue, but I cannot allow you to continue to monopolize our meeting with these frivolous assumptions of things that only you have heard and haven't been investigated. I don't know that what you're saying is true. And it's irresponsible as a board member to sit here and cost the administration, of which we do not talk to. That's Dr. Henderson. So any problems that we have with the report right now, or any things that we have heard should be taken up with the superintendent, Mr. Johnson doesn't.
Who you have told not to answer any of my emails.
Oh, that's your personal
And
problem.
you told him not to talk to you.
No, I told him to write an answer.
You don't get to change the rules, man, because you have a communication problem.
I'm asking, I don't have a communication problem. I have email.
This is what I'm saying, and I've said this to you before. There are rules. You're asking specific questions, operational things that should be directed toward Dr. Henderson.
Okay.
We don't have the administration come up here and present to us for us to make assumptions and ask them specific questions. Any of those types of questions go to our one employee. They do not answer to us.
In the board meeting, if you ask for questions.
Ma'am,
from the
listen,
board-
I give you the floor, I give you more
Thank
time
you
than
so
anyone,
much.
Ms. Regina. I'm asking you respectfully to stop monopolizing the time. Have your specific concerns and take them to our one employee. Mr. Johnson.
Who has been ordered by you not to answer me?
Excuse me.
Should we
Mr.
read the
Johnson,
email?
or any, excuse me, Mr. Johnson or any other administration should not have to be battered or assumed or alleged to answer all of these questions. I got you on the stuff that it's reasonable, it's respectable. You keep going and going and going, and these are assumptions. I've heard this, and why is maintenance this? You don't work in those buildings. You don't know what's going on. So because a few people tell you something, that doesn't mean it's so. Give that to our one employee to investigate, and that's Dr. Henderson.
Who you told not to talk, not to
I
write
told
back
anyone
to
not
me.
to talk to
You
you,
make a
ma'am.
request that he don't talk to you.
Okay,
No,
so
no.
once again, the courts dismissed your case for libel, which means that they found no merit to any of your allegations against me and this board. So you can say what you want to say. We have rules still. Regardless of what you think and what I think, I give you the floor. I respect the time. I'm asking you to respect the rules. That's it.
I
Okay.
just want to make sure that our students are safe.
Yeah, well, they
I think
are.
we all want to make sure of that, and when it's time to vote, you're gonna get up and leave anyway after you come
let's
up
move
here
on, Doc.
and try
All
to
right.
clown people.
Yeah, what else do we have, Dr.?
Thank you. Let me just recognize the fact that this new team of employees that you all have approved are working their buns off. Every day, all day. They're really working hard on behalf of all children in this district, as I'm sure other employees are as well. But I can assure you, this leadership team has gone above and beyond for our scholars. So please, if you have something to say, board, I'm asking that you speak with me directly, because I see what these folks are doing every day.
Answer my
This
emails.
is a hard task.
Start answering my emails.
Then you start doing your chat and choose with me. You start picking up the phone and talking to me. Then we can talk.
We will.
But I will not sit and write everything down for you. I will not do that.
May there be.
Now you either sit and talk with me
Is denied.
or go to our chat and choose. And we can have all the conversation you want. But we will not put anything in writing to you around this work. We will work as a team, Ms. Medina. We've been attempting to get you to do that ever since I've been here. Now enough is enough. And we must work together on behalf of all scholars in this district. Leadership team, you may leave at this time. Mr. President,
Thank you, Administration.
turn it over back to you.
Thank you. I want the record to reflect, Ms. Medina, that you don't determine how this board functions. It is the board that determines that.
Correct.
You can send all of these
It's in his
emails.
contract.
You can send all of the emails you want.
Not executive leadership. Not executive leadership. Leadership.
You don't determine how he addresses you. And we've had that conversation before. So you can keep trying.
Good thing y'all didn't back down.
Everybody can do it. That's not gonna happen.
Just for the record, and this is just my own experience, anytime I get an issue or I hear someone, I call Dr. Henderson or I text him, and he takes care of it. And I don't have a problem with it, and I verify it once I come to the meeting, and I verify with the people, and he takes care of it. So I didn't do this
It's a personal issue.
This is not the first time he does it, and I'm not defending him, it's just the way I maintain him and he takes care of it.
Yeah, I had a very important issue, and I texted Dr. Henderson and took care of it in incredibly timely manner. So, I mean,
No other board member has an issue with it, basically, the superintendent. So that's just a fact. We've all decided how we would like to communicate with Dr. Henderson. We got here. It's worked for 6 of us up here. Nobody's ever complained. We have one person that is refused to do it the way that the board said. That's not up to Dr. Henderson. We made an agreement with him as the board, as his employer, as his boss. You don't get to determine that by yourself. And like I told the public today, and I will tell them again, you're one board member. Get on board with your board, or stay over there at the pity corner and have your fix. You can send all the emails you want to, Mr. Dean. You do not direct him. You do not tell him what to do. You don't get that privilege. And that's just the oath that you took, ma'am. I'm not making that up. I don't get it either.
You're in violation of your oath.
No, I'm not in violation of anything. Whatever. Whatever. Ain't that a lot? Yeah, let's move on. At this point in time, we are at, let me make sure where we're at. So we should reach through this guy. I'm sorry. We're at number 15 right now. Action item, resolution authorizing the honorable dismissal of educational support personnel. Can I get a motion to approve item 15 of the agenda?
No, we need to have discussion first.
I need to make a motion first.
We get a motion on the floor first, and then we discuss.
Okay, I know how to run the meeting, ma'am. Can I get a motion to approve item 15?
So
on the
moved.
agenda?
Second.
Discussion. Yes. Yeah. Can we shuttle these 2 doors real quick? Yes.
I'm sorry.
The motion to approve second. Yes. And we have discussion on that.
Discussion. These positions are highly needed in the district. We have had, regardless of wanting to reallocate them, the positions that are currently in operation have been the backbone to this district, have been a guiding light for the students, for the teachers, and the fact that these positions are being abolished, or whatever it is that you want to call them, in the height of a pandemic, when our children need the technology, they need the support, and these are the only people that support them, to abolish these positions currently is unacceptable.
Point taken. Any other discussion?
There has been a lot of talk about educational support in the IT department, and I have heard both the need for it as well as the reasons why it's no longer necessary. The main objective behind any of these decisions is to move Proviso from a place of mediocrity, where we have been for way too long, to a place of substantial progress through embracing the newest and most current technological advances to move us forward. As technology advances, so should we. We have to offer our students the best and lay a better foundation for the future. With that said, I do appreciate the fact that we are not voting to end employment, but to reclassify those affected so that they can continue earning and taking care of themselves and their families. This is never an easy call. In the end, we have to make Proviso Township High School the best we can.
Discussion.
Any other discussion?
Discussion.
Go ahead, Doug.
I just want to be clear. Dr. Henderson, the people that's being spoken of, they're classified as computer lab aides, right? And we have not had computer labs for some time now. I also want to reiterate what Mrs. Kelly said. What I heard was that those 4 or 5 people were offered to pick a position, keep their same pay. Am I correct?
That is correct.
But that has yet to happen. So it hasn't been that they're pushed out, they have nowhere to go. They've been offered a place to go with no change in their pay.
That is correct.
we don't have computer labs any longer. So if they chose to become a teacher's aide or secretary or maintenance custodial person or security, either way, they're helping kids. They're supporting them. So that's all it is.
Any other discussion? Yeah.
I feel like I just have to ask a question. So it seems like the computer lab, assistant positions being eliminated. Do we have enough staff to provide support to the students and the teachers that they're receiving?
With the rollout of new infrastructure around technology, yes, we will have that.
When?
We're moving automation, where tech will be able to sit at their desk and handle work.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Yes,
One more, Mr. Dean, go ahead.
thank you. We were told originally in the restructuring that there was going to be supposedly savings in the IT restructuring. So we went from salaries that were $142,000, $115,000, and $92,000 for $350,000 supposedly in savings. And the people that we hired for $150,000, $125,000, $127,000, and $70,000, which totals $450,000 for an excess of $100,000 for what we had currently. And supposedly we're going to be getting more IT directors and engineers to do this. And we have all these generalists that should be secretaries, that should be in the union, and all these generalists are now not unionized, and I find it scandalous that you guys are agreeing to this.
Generalists?
Yes, all these generalists.
Well, first of
We have
all,
one generalist that
first
was
of all,
hired, that
Mr.
worked, it's my turn.
No,
That-
first of all, Dean, you don't have a turn.
I haven't finished, you're interrupting me.
You've been
I
talking all
haven't
night.
finished. Well, that's fine.
There's room for
This
everybody to
person,
talk on this
one
board.
person worked at Macy's and worked in Dunkin' Donuts.
I'm going to let you continue, but this is what I'm talking about, Mr. Dean. We're not sitting here to argue with you.
No,
This
this
is not-
action.
You already sent all that information out in the community anyway, so why are you trying to talk about it now? You exposed closed session information. All right, Rodney, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry, make your statement, and as a part of discussion, and let us move on to the
You
agenda.
already passed it out.
Okay, so we heard you. But we're not gonna sit here and go back and forth with you and turn our meeting into a sideshow. I'm asking you to stop that. Now, I'm giving you the floor.
And I'm
after the
asking
discussion.
for this action item to be considered in the light that it
We
is.
heard you. Okay, and we heard you. That's what discussion's for. We will vote now. If there's no other discussion.
Okay, that's good.
Any other discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Grant, please call the roll.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Aye.
Mr. Wagner.
Aye.
Mrs. Kelly. Aye. Mrs. Medina.
Nay.
Mrs. Harrison.
Aye.
Mr. Grant, nay. Mr. Alexander.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Consent agenda. Any items to be pulled from the consent agenda? What do we got?
I would like to pull 16B and 16F.
Any other items?
16G.
Anything else to be pulled from the consent agenda?
16I and 16J.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry, IJ what?
G.
G-I-J.
We have G, we have B,
Oh,
F, G, I, J. Any other items to be pulled from the consent agenda?
D.
16B. The other items to be pulled from the consent agenda?
Sorry, one more. Minutes, because I wasn't here and I have to recuse myself.
16A.
Yeah.
Okay, so can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda minus 16A, 16B, 16G, 16F, 16I, 16J, and 16D?
And D.
I just said 16D.
So moved. Second.
Discussion? Ms. Grant, please call the roll.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Wagner.
Aye.
Mrs. Kelly.
Aye.
Mrs. Medina.
Aye.
Mrs. Harrison.
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Alexander.
Aye.
That part of it carries.
Great. Can I get a motion to approve item 16A, minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Ms. Grant, please call the roll.
Mrs. Kelly.
Aye.
Mrs. Medina. Mrs. Patterson.
Aye.
Grant, aye. Mr. Alvarez.
Aye.
Mr. Wagner.
Aye.
Mr. Alexander.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Can I get a motion to approve item 16G?
So moved.
Second. Discussion? Ms. Grant, please call the roll.
Mrs. Patterson.
Come back.
Okay, Mr. Alvarez.
Aye.
Mr. Wagner.
Aye.
Mrs. Kelly.
Aye.
Mrs. Medina.
Nay.
Mrs. Patterson.
Aye.
Mrs. Grant, aye. Mr. Alexander.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Can I get a motion to approve item 16B?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
Yeah, I just had a few questions. I'm sorry, yes. So, my first question, I am looking, at page, I believe 39 of the board book. It's also page 33 of the big bill list, and I do have to apologize, because I sent this to Dr. Henderson, but I did send it very late. So, and I think I answered my own question, but I want to be sure, sorry. There's a listing for a facilities research, and I don't know what that is. So can someone please tell me what facilities research is?
39 on the bottom right.
I'm sorry, what?
You said 39 on the bottom right of the bottom of the board.
So yeah, on this section, the page numbers are kind of weird. They're in the middle of all the numbers, so it's kind of hard to read. They blend in.
We have a response for you.
I'm sorry, so, yeah, so it's at the top of page 40, and I saw the numbers, and it was 16 hours per week at $150 per hour for 26 weeks, which is $62,400, but then it looks like another contract for the same company at the same 16 hours per week at $150 per hour for 26 weeks, $62,000. So it was a total of almost $20,000 for this company. So I wasn't sure what it went to, but then I looked over here and it said facilities research, but I don't know what that is. Sorry, see what's like 39 right there? Okay, so it's 33. So yeah, if you're looking at the bottom of the page, it's page 33, 34. So it was kind of separate, so I wasn't sure what it went with, but then I think I found it was facilities research, but then I still don't know what that is.
That's Nancy Goverdale. I think she's a consultant on FMP. It's 2 months, and it is in accordance with her contract.
Okay, so she's the consultant, she's the one who's like taking a look at the minority and women business owned contracts.
That along with a few other things, working with Mr. Taylor.
Okay, I did not realize that was the name of her business, I just know her as Nancy.
It's a DBA.
In the meetings. Okay, thank you. I was not sure what that was. I am sorry. Okay, thank you. You know, because I read it and I couldn't figure it out, and then I was looking at the other list and I was looking for it and I was like, oh, I don't think that's a page heading. I think that's the name of something. So, my apologies.
No problem.
Yeah, I just want to make sure. And then I just had one other question on page, if we look at the little page numbers, it does say page 1. I'm sorry, it's so confusing. But there's a payment to Don Span for videotaping, post-production, and renderings and travel. Have we seen that video? Have we gotten like the finished product?
Yes, that was the teacher recruitment video. Actually, that's an old bill that we had.
Okay, okay, so we've gotten the product
Yes,
and everything we've seen it. Okay. Thank you,
No problem.
Those are my questions about the
Any other discussion on
bill list.
bill list?
Yes.
Mr. Medina?
I want to thank Mr. Moody. This time around, he made, last month, I requested that you have the list that's a lot easier to go through instead of the room, and you included that, so I wanted to thank you for that. I also wanted to thank you for including the credit card for this month. Still waiting on the last month credit card.
For the record, the board has decided that the MasterCard bills do not need to be provided to me, so I'll just.
But as per policy, district policy, Mr. Gleason, could you explain what policy 455 means in regards to reporting on the district credit card for the district? There are 10 points of required reporting. It's in our policy.
Well, my question, Rodney, I know we agreed, but I don't know, was it 2 board meetings ago? We all sit on the Board of Education. Normally when people FOIA, it's a specific thing that they're looking for. Ask for that specific thing, and you get it. But you really don't want to see the entire MasterCard bill. You want to see a specific something. Whatever that something is, I don't know. But as a sitting board member, just ask for it.
I am.
You come here and you create chaos. It's not necessary. Tell the superintendent what it is that you're looking for. Specifically.
Transparency.
Okay, that is transparent. Why don't you be transparent? We don't want to go there.
So I'm reading the policy. I don't see a reporting requirement.
On number 5.
I see restrictions as to how the cards can be used, and there are 10 points of restriction on the use of the card, but it's not reflecting a reporting requirement to the Board of Education.
Okay, well, I read.
So the use of the cards, I think when you're referring to this in the email, the cards are governed by the following restrictions, and there's 10 of them, and number 5 is there's a consequence set forth in the policy for the use of the cards for unauthorized purchases, but not limited to reimbursement conditions for the purchase amount, loss of card electrolysis, if the event is way disciplined to the district. And that's for an unauthorized purchase.
And how would we know, Mr. Gleason, if there were authorized or not authorized, if we can't see itemization of what is being spent on our credit card?
I don't know that you can't see it, but the board is reflecting is that an audit approval process is requiring the documentation.
Any other discussion? Ms. Grant, please call the roll.
Mrs. Patterson.
We're voting for 16B.
Ms. Grant, aye. Mr. Gutierrez.
Aye.
Mr. Wagner.
Aye.
Mrs. Kelly. Mrs. Medina.
Nay.
Mr. Alexander.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Can I get a motion to approve item 16I?
So moved.
Second. Discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Grant, please call the roll.
We're on aye, right? Ms. Grant, aye. Mr. Gutierrez.
Aye.
Mr. Wagner.
Aye.
Mrs. Kelly. Mrs. Medina. Nay. Mrs. Patterson. Mr. Alexander.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Can I get a motion to approve item 16J?
So moved.
Second. Discussion?
Yeah, discussion. On the approval list, there are people whose salaries are being dramatically reduced, and I am in complete opposition to reclassified administrators not being given the salary that they were making, regardless of what the CBA, there have been exceptions to the CBA before, and I am in opposition of that.
Point taken. Any other discussion? Ms. Grant, please call the roll.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Aye.
Mr. Wagner.
Aye.
Mrs. Kelly. Mrs. Medina.
Nay.
Mrs. Patterson.
So moved.
Second, discussion. Hearing none.
I'm
Ms. Grant?
sorry, which one did you say?
16D, policy, second reading. Hearing no discussion, Ms. Grant, please call the roll.
Mr. Wagner,
Aye.
Mrs. Kelly. Aye. Mrs. Medina. Mrs. Patterson.
Aye.
Mrs. Grant, aye. Mr. Gutierrez.
Aye.
Mr. Alexander.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Can I get a motion to approve item 16F?
So moved.
Second, discussion.
Discussion. As the stadium was brought forth and it was born through the master facility plan, we did an incredible job of engaging the community and getting their input in the design, in the needs that were needed for the students, for the coaches, for me. And I believe that before we engage in any naming, that we should also, since it's with the taxpayer money that this is being funded, that we should engage the taxpayers with the name to ensure that we get input from the public prior to naming.
Point taken. Any other discussion?
Discussion. I've only been on the board maybe 4 years and a half now, and I was reflecting on the naming of the stadium, and I really thought about it. Not choosing or just, Ms. Kelly's been here for many years. She's contributed, how can I say this, directly and indirectly, meaning directly because she has brought this board together. It started with her, Claudia, Mary, and then us four. And prior to that, some of the people that have been on this board are now, and you guys, I wouldn't say a name, but they're great leaders and they're in positions where they're being able to help our board as well. She has contributed indirectly, directly, maybe it seemed wrong at that time or something happened and it didn't go the way it should have. But at the end of the day, Ms. Kelly, it all worked out. I can't think of any other name to name the stadium, and if you guys would have told me, so I want you to know, I would want somebody like Ms. Kelly. I really thought about it. We're here, we're sitting here because that lady over there in white brought us all together. Facilities master plan was done in some way indirectly because of the lady sitting there next to my right. It just happened to fall in your favor. It just did. It just happened to work its way that way. So congratulations, and that comes from the heart. It really, I thought about it while I was sitting here and I saw it, not just now, since I got in the board, and I was like, wow, you really got to look at what's going on here. Not just because it's Kelly, another board member, but because of what happened, what's been going on for the last 20 years. It brought this district to this point because of this vote. And the favor guys.
Any other discussion? Thank you.
Yeah, I have something. So I want to preface my comment by saying that I love Teresa, and right when I even began this board, if we hadn't teamed up, 6 years ago. But I remember when we were doing the facility master plan, and I was thinking, oh my God, and I was thinking about some of the great football players and coaches who had been a part of that program. And I said, oh my God, we got to get we should carve their names into it, and have a graduate, and blanking on the greatest linebacker who decided to take Buckets, whoever was missing But anyway, I guess in this instance, I think I agree. I think it would be really fun to put it out there to the community, to have a naming. I think it would be a great way to have a naming contest. It would be a great PR. I do have, in fact, a little weird about naming it after a city board member. I just hear people yelling and screaming about that, which is, irrelevant, we're used to that. But I like the idea of putting it out there to the community and city.
Yeah, I really don't like the idea of naming the stadium after one person. When there have been so many people over the years who have had an impact. On the field, off the field. I think a better idea would be to put it out to the community and the taxpayers and the students and the alumni and see what they would like to name the field. And I honestly think the best idea is to simply leave it as it is. It's timeless and it remains for all students of Proviso Beach, past, present, and future. When we don't name it after one single person, it continues to belong to everyone.
Any discussion? Point of representative, I want to thank you for that, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Grant, here's my comments for the call. And I spoke to the public about truth, and this is one of the things, public, that I want you guys to understand. Everything Mr. Valtiero said is fact. Ms. Grant's not sitting here without Ms. Keller. Mr. Wagner's not sitting here without Ms. Keller. Rodney Alexander's not sitting here. Sam Harris is not sitting here. Ella Patterson are not sitting here. We rode Ms. Kelly's coattails to get to this board. We rode her 22 years of volunteer service. These are facts. None of us were known well enough to be the champ by ourselves. I'm sorry. Let me include Ms. Patterson. But none of us, and if you guys disagree, please chime in after I'm done. These are just
knocked on a few thousand doors.
Yeah, these are just the historical facts, but you guys have got Ms. Kelly to do that. Listen, I'm just saying the fact. I'm not taking anything away from anybody. We all got elected in our own right. But we must be honest with the history of how we got here. I will not allow anybody while I'm living to change that narrative and not tell the truth. That's just the truth. Now, I would like to ask anybody under the sound of my voice that has volunteered 22 years full-time anything in their life for free. I'll wait. No pay. No appreciation. A lot of times fighting by herself to try to improve these schools. To stay the course, even when she did not have 4 votes. Even when she had to go up against 6. She stayed the course for 22 years while we were off doing whatever we were doing and not thinking about Proviso Township High School. Ms. Kelly was here fighting the good fight and preparing the place for us to come to be able to advance and move forward. Here's what we got. We name things after people all the time in this country. Some deserving, some not. I challenge anybody in this district, and I'll say this on the record. We don't have to honor people that throw up football for a living. That's a sport. It's entertainment. I promise you, if they don't throw that football, somebody else will. We want to applaud moving forward community service. We want people to look at that stadium and see what a life of dedication and service to community and education looks like. That will be the narrative when people say, why or who is that? You've got a story to tell. 22 years and counting. But because there's plenty of Heisman trophies and football players, I wish I would name a stadium after another football player or sports person. Everybody will not have the opportunity to do that, but everybody can serve. They sure can. Everybody can volunteer in some aspect of their life for 22 years, they sure can. Everybody can't play football. Everybody can't play basketball. Everybody will not get those opportunities. And for too long in education and in our systems, that's been the mark. Forget being a scholar. Forget being a straight A student. We bypass them. They don't get their names on the wall. We got the track and who went to state and who did this and all that. Really? I'm not negating their talents, but is that the mark? No. You come to school to get an education. Sports is secondary. But we put sports on the wall. And our students have to walk past that every day. What example are we showing them? Oh, you're only important enough to go on the wall if you go to state. But if I get straight A's and I'm valedictorian, I can't even get on the wall. But we call ourselves a board of education and educators. This is what we say to our students. I gotta kick a football to get some recognition or play basketball. Right outside these doors, we got basketball people and everything. I'm not taking away from that talent, but is that what they come to school for? No. They come to school to get an education and to learn how to better serve their communities and make the next generation better. And we have a sitting living board member that epitomizes that. I'm just talking the facts. I don't blow smoke up nobody's tail. But I believe in giving just Jewish people that deserve it. Miss Kelly has not gotten a dime, has not asked for anything. People not throw a mark or a smudge on her name. We got gossip and all that other mess. But we got our so-called heroes, and we're all blessed to sit at this board table with them.
Well, maybe we should have spent all that money from the football stadium on air conditioning.
Well, maybe, but we didn't.
Yeah,
So
we
I would
do
say,
that.
I mean, that's fine. That's fine there. Once again,
I had a discussion about,
go ahead, Ms. Patrick.
you know, Ms. Kelly, when this got out of something, we had people say things such as, she went into football. She never was on the field.
Right.
I've had people call me and say, what about all the NFL players? What about all the NFL players? And my question was, what about them? Now, we've had some NFL players come back and do a few football camps for some of our students. To my knowledge, I've only been in Maryland about 45 years now. And I can't recall where there has been this huge donation from a professional football player. I'm not a sports person. But what I do know, Mrs. Kelly, I started out some time ago. You were sitting on this side of the table and I was that single one community member that came to every board meeting. You recall that. I would challenge you guys from this side of the table, say what I had to say, sit through the whole meetings. People never understood that. I commend you for sitting. See, I watched you, and I know how the politics go in Proviso, because I've been around it long enough. I watched when you were in. I watched when you sat on that aisle by yourself. I can count the times that you've missed a meeting. 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 times. In 2 decades. I am not talking about what somebody told me, I'm talking about what I know. As I heard Amanda speak, I wrote this. The stadium will still belong to everyone. Her name only recognizes the sweat, the tears, her time, her talent, and her treasure. Now let me tell you what I'm talking about when I say her time, her talent, and her treasure. Because I've watched the lady buy kids' clothes, give kids money that nobody knows about. I've watched her help families that was in need and you never heard about. I know you're going to get me this cover because that's not who she is. But she's put in more than 2 decades of time, service. My grandmother often said to me, don't have any flowers at my funeral. Give them to me. Wow, I can smell them. Well, I can see them. And so I say to you, people are going to say a million things about this. You hold your head up. You keep going. You gave 2 decades of your life from your own children. I know you had that backyard where everybody was back there when you boys was growing up. Don't let nothing hurt your feelings. Don't let whatever one may think or say, that's on them. I respect my elders. I respect you to the highest. with everything I got in me. Do you understand that? And it's okay, Ms. Kelly, you gave 2 decades. If somebody have a problem with it, so be it. Because if it's not your name, then who name? I'm gonna finish something. Here we go. Who wants to hold the vote until it comes back? Here it comes. This is just a head that
You ready? Any other discussion? Ms. Grant, please call the roll.
Sure. Ms. Harrison?
Aye.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mr. Wagner?
Nay.
Mrs. Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Grant, nay. Ms. Martinez, absent. Mr. Alexander?
Aye. All right, I think that concludes all of the items on the consent agenda. Any old business? Hearing none, any new? Go ahead.
Yeah, on the old business. You know what? I wanted to address, kind of took notes as people, this evening. Let me let the record reflect. I'm a parent-student advocate, and I fight for parents and students. I heard words such as bullying, which are buzzwords. One of the things that I wrote as I sat here, in my opinion, we all have them, I think the district was successfully reorganized. I am talking into the mic. Is that loud enough? Oh, in my opinion, and we all have one, I think the district was successfully reorganized. Some of the things that I heard this evening, I heard no one talking about how we should be focusing on teaching and learning and students. I heard quite a bit about adults. Proviso paid a competitive salary. However, we still have not moved the district academic needle. We're 13 and 16. We have to move, and we must move now in order to assure academic success. Change is difficult. It's most difficult. People tend to fear the unknown. I want to apologize to you for some of the attacks. Dr. Henderson, if I could please have your attention, thank you. I want to apologize for that. And you don't deserve what you've gotten. You don't. I didn't care for Jesse Rodriguez. Any and everybody knew that. But I did not treat him the way that you've been treated. And I would not. Because if I don't like you, I don't deal with you. Period. I don't phony kick it. I'm not a faker. If I don't like you, I don't deal with you. And that's what our relationship was. As superintendent board. If there was a meeting, I showed up. If there was discussion, I showed up. Did I participate? No. But my duty was, the people elected me to represent them. You don't deserve what you were getting. And if some of the people in this community knew some of the things that actually, that I won't expose here, some of that same crap is going on right here in this district. But as a sitting superintendent, when you leave, you have to take that baggage with you, whether you want to or not. It had nothing to do with you. You keep your head up, your chest hot, and just do your job. I will hold you accountable. Thank you.
Any other old business?
Old business, I didn't want to say, I mean, I just, sometimes I wish we could speak during the comments. You know, but I respect everybody that was on that pulpit, been there, done that, and I respect them no matter what your opinion is. I'm a problem solver. This would be a complaining book. Just complaining about, and I hope they don't take this wrong, the people that spoke to it that were kind of negative, or it's okay. But not once in the 4.5 years I've been here have I heard anybody get up there. And I'm a union guy. I'm a local 134 electrician. I still am. 16 years and going. I'm pro-union. Not once have I seen somebody get up on that pulpit and say, you know what, we're at the 13% and 60%. How can we fix this? We want this. How can we work together? All I hear is, if I got to call the student's parent because he's getting an F, I need to get paid. It should come from the heart. He's failing. That should come from the heart. I don't need to get paid to help somebody. Let's keep doing good because in good time we will reap good. And I'll tell you, teachers, if you're watching after hours, I know you at home, we want to work with you. But we also want to make you accountable. We as the Board of Education want our students, our scholars to succeed. We want you to get up there and tell us what the problems are and tell us the solution. Don't just tell us the problem, tell us the solution. I was surprised. Somebody got up there and said students were 9 computers short. But nobody told me we got 400 students, new students. Come on, let's give the information the way it should be. And I'm not here to blame you. I'm here to work with you. You know, I felt bullied today. I really feel bullied when one person was speaking, the rest would get out. That reminded me when I used to be a gangbanger in Humboldt Park. You know, that's what it reminded me of. Right. Sometimes I try to keep that ghetto of myself inside. You know, that's not me any longer. It's difficult. I understand this because I was one of them. You know, we're in a bad disadvantage. The teachers, I'll tell you again, I'm here to work with you, please. You want all these things, we'll give them to you. But you gotta give me something in return. I don't want that 13, I don't want that 16. I want something better. And I'm here to work with you. The superintendent's here to work with you. We came here when 6 years ago, and I say we because we're a team. We came here to change this district, and board members, if you look at it, this district has been changing. It really has. It's been changing for the good. You change administration. You change superintendent, but it's all been for the good. We've been going a step higher every single time. And in the situation, in the current phase we are in now, it's part of that change. You can't go back. You got to keep going. And the part we're in right now, it was the necessary part. It's the hurtful part, because change hurts. And we've been saying it. Every board member here has said it. Change is very hard. It's very difficult. And I'll finish with this. And I told Rodney this story earlier. You know that in Japan, when they consider their vases a work of art. In Japan, people have, the Japanese have vases all over their homes with different decorations, flowers, and different things that mean different things for everyone. You know what happens when they drop the base and they break it? They don't throw it away. They repair it. But you know how they repair it? With gold. They solder it back with gold so you can see the cracks. That's a symbol of greatness. Because you could either leave the pieces broken on the floor, or you can make it more valuable by repairing it with gold, where you're able to see the cracks when it was broken. That's a reminder that it's been put together in a great way, with greatness. That's what we want to do. We just want to work. We just want to make this district better for everybody. That's all we want.
I agree with that, I do, but I also want to remind us as a board and our administration that very real problems were brought to us, very real concerns. You know, and it is our job and it is administration's job to come up with the solutions to these problems. You know, we want our teachers to do the best they can for our students, absolutely, so we need to make sure that we're giving them all the tools that they need. So I just, you know, I hear what you're saying and I respect that, but I don't want us to say, oh, well, they just keep bringing us these problems mean something. You know, these are our employees. This does mean something, and we need to take it seriously, and we need to be the ones that come up with the solutions.
And I don't see them as problems. I see them as concerns. I see them as concerns that can be addressed. However, I heard about this kid that was supposedly passed out in the restroom, but no one knows about it. Principals don't know about it. And I think we have to also be careful when you're hearing those things. Because I actually, in board members should be at school, I actually went unannounced because it had been stated that it was a World War III. No water, no, you know, everybody's laying out in the middle of the hall, we breathe. And that was the furthest thing from the truth. There was water at every station. 20 years in this district that I worked, it was hot then. It's always been hot in Proviso. East and west. Always. In August. Here's what you're getting ready to face now. It's too cold in the building. No one has talked about all the good that has taken place for years. Some of the stuff that I've seen from some of the people that spoke 8, 9 years ago, that wouldn't have happened. Would you agree with that? I agree. They didn't come to the people. Didn't talk about anything. Everything was copacetic. It was okay. I hear the teachers. As a matter of fact, some of them are still here that I've worked with. But there's a way that you go about doing anything. Period. If there's a way that you go about doing it.
And I forgot to mention this. I just want to kind of congratulate this board because throughout these years, Bella and I got into it. Amanda, you'll say your opinion, and we get into it, Ned, Kelly. And I really respect this board because no matter how we vote or how, we always talk to each other with respect and respect your decision. I respect what you said, and I respect what you did. Because I know what you say. And that's how we should. And I respect that from this board. Because Kelly, we're getting into it for a year, we were moving back and forth. And I was trying to say, Ken, are you ready to give me an answer? I think I had to do that for 6 months. One day she said, Sam, I'm ready. Just because we get into it, but we respect each other's decisions, we respect each, that's what makes it great for us. We don't have to agree on everything because we all have different ideas, different concepts, ethics, and more values, and we're just different. And I respect you guys for that. Amanda, Bella, Rodney, and I respect everyone. And then Ms. Medina.
Yeah, I guess here we are. I know I personally, I'm sure all of us have been waiting for the day. When are people going to start sending their kids to Proviso? Like, these schools have changed for the better over the last six years. Like, when are they going to start sending their kids to Proviso? And then all of a sudden they did. And it's like, oh crap, right? You know, it was too much all at once, and it was unexpected. So I think that what I want to see, right, is for us to rise up. We're going to support the teachers and the staff and the kids and the families, and we'll figure out how to, our what's the standard of care? It's like 25 students per class, right? Let's try and get there. Let's get these kids their computers, and then this is, to me, it's just a really fantastic challenge to have. I know that we're all going to take it seriously, and we can have it.
Any other old business?
Dr. Henderson, the computers were ordered, right? I talked to a district today, 2 districts, that they were having difficulties getting laptops due to the pandemic and merchandise traveling to the school district. And see, when people stand there and say things like, oh, why didn't you prepare ahead of time? They didn't tell us that there were 400 additional kids. As Dan stated, there were kids that did not return computers, even though the district building administrators had been notified that the students should return those things. And so when I hear that, and I talk to other districts that have said, hey man, we're trying to get our computers. Mine has been ordered over 3 months and I still don't have them because there's issues from where they're coming from. Due to pandemic.
Any other old business? New business?
New business.
Shelley?
First of all, I'd like to thank Superintendent Dr. Henderson for his recommendation. I'd like to thank President Bobby Alexander, Sam Valterez, and Della Patterson for your vote and for your kind words. And I also appreciate Amanda Grant and Meg Wagner. I am extremely honored to just be mentioned in this conversation. All I ever wanted to do was to help my community. I'm kind of speechless right now, but I do stand before you in gratitude and appreciation to all of you. Not just for the recognition, but because of the work that we all do for the community. Each and every one of us wants to make lives better for current and future students. Okay, I've said enough. I really appreciate this. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
We love you, Ms. Calvin.
Any other new business? I will say really briefly, Ms. Kelly, it's been an honor and a privilege and eternally appreciative for everything that I said about you and everything that you represent. It is an honor and a blessing to sit next to someone of your character and your caliber of your community. And it's just my hope that I have lived up to your expectations and the community's expectations of what was elected and what I was charged to do. Nicole, picture. Come get a watch she wet. Come get a watch she wet. We'll pick a little journey. But I love you, Miss Kelly, and I thank you, and I just want the community to bask in your service and dedication and all that you've been able to do. We love you, Mom. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Any other new business? Hearing none. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Second. Discussion? Mr. Grant, please call the roll.
Mrs. Pearson. Grant, aye. Mr. Porter.
Aye.
Mr. Wagner.
Aye.
Mrs. Kelly. Regina Anderson. Mr. Weaver.
Aye.
We are adjourned.
We are adjourned. Thank you, Board.